Ladies and gentlemen, the time is nigh. The gruesome
Mhm.
twosome back at it. Jake and I in the house, and quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, do we have a lot to talk about? Jake, before we dive into everything, you know how we do this. How are you on this Thursday morning? March Madness is here. I mean, what a
March
day.
Madness. Yeah, man. What's up, everybody? Like, this is cool. Like, yesterday you guys got to see me and Ty jump on for quite some time. We did something similar yesterday, and today we get to do it again. This time we're gonna extend it a little bit. So it's awesome to be here. I love it, man. And yeah, it's a good Thursday. I'm down in Florida, right? So it's nice and pretty out down here. I love that. It is sunny out today as usual. Sunshine State. But yeah, man, it's good. I'm excited. We got March Madness. I think we got Alabama plays tomorrow, correct? We got
I think
Alabama
so. I
playing
haven't even
tomorrow.
looked in the schedule.
That's legit, man. I love that. I love that. And I mean, it's a good day. We had some cool news last night. It feels like news is constantly rolling, right? Rolling with the tide. I know it's an ESPN thing, and they might get pissed off at me for saying that, but the truth is in the end of the day, dude, it is. It's just constantly rolling, man, and I'm liking it. I like it. I'm body surfing it right now, man. I'm loving it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Jake, to piggyback off of that, do you know what a tide is? It is an undeniable force that cannot be stopped. It is a powerful act of nature that is inevitable. It is a constant truth. That is what the tide is. And I feel like that's philosophical for what Alabama is. Now, Jake, we've got a lot of topics we need to get into. It's
Yeah.
March Madness. We'll lightly talk about that on the back end just because we're big sports fans. How could we not?
Hmm. Hmm.
But we gotta, like you said, we gotta hit the news first. You last night beautifully broke down the newest member of the Alabama Crimson Tide recruiting class, none other than Daryl Duke Johnson. Now, I haven't had the opportunity to talk to you about it yet. Destroy the moon and it
Yeah.
can stop, Jor says. Well, let's not do that, Jor.
Whoa. What are you talking about? Last Airbender here? Like, chill out, dude. Don't go killing the koi fish, dude.
Yeah,
If
my,
you
my
haven't seen
man,
it on Netflix.
my man's out here trying to scorch the koi fish with his fire bending. I'm on to you, Jor. I'm
Yeah,
on to
man.
you.
That's freaking wild dude. Get out of here, man.
Wait, you know what? Matter of fact, Jake, have you ever seen Zuko and Jor in the same room?
No, no.
Oh,
Seriously.
oh,
Really?
he's the long lost prince of the Fire Nation.
Whoa. Whoa.
But speaking of absolute superheroes, Jake,
Mhm.
I got to start with you. Talk to me about Duke Johnson, right? Because you played. I watched some of the film last night, and I have a
Mhm.
note right here,
Yeah.
and I want to hear what your thoughts on this are. I watched his highlight tape. I tried to find some full games.
Mhm.
The one note that stood out to me, I have super athletic, versatile player that diagnoses and attacks well beyond his years. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah,
Already.
yeah. Yeah, man. Patriot life, dude. You the man, dude. I love this. Good morning from work. When I get thirsty, get thirsty. I love it. Thirsty Friday, man, or Thursday. Thirsty Thursday. Patriot life, you the man. Of course, 100. You know, love that, dude. That's so cool. Every time he jumps in here, he's always throwing those out, man. 100, he's gifting and stuff. And I know a lot of other people are too. And I see y'all in the chat. I see everybody in there this morning. Big what's up to everybody. I see a lot. Monica, Cynthia, Marquita, Patriot Life.
Zuko.
Yeah, Zuko. Yeah, I got you. Caleb King, what's up, man? Newly married Caleb King. Uh, Philip, what's up, man? I like your pictures. You always updating your pictures, Philip. I like that, man. Antoine, what's going on, my dog? Eddie. Brian, what's up, dude? How you doing, Brian? Love seeing you in here, man. Walt, what's up, dude? Rodney. I mean, there's a lot of people in here. It's cool seeing everybody in the morning, man. T Rod, Kevin Lynch. I see a whole bunch of people in here. It's cool, man. Eddie. But yeah, jumping back to what you're asking me. Who DJ? I like nicknames. I'm a big nickname guy. It's always funny when you're playing sports, like everyone comes up with like nicknames. Okay, so it's always interesting. Excuse me, like as I'm drinking my coffee. If you guys don't notice, it is the Waffle House cup. You guys like that Waffle
Oh,
House?
that's sick.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got it when I was actually living in Alabama. I was sitting there and I said, "Man, I love these cups." And the waitress walks over. She's like, "Well, let me just give you one." Gardendale, Alabama, best Waffle House. I love that Waffle House. The people there are amazing. Gardendale, Alabama. Love it. But yeah, getting back to the nicknames, man, like, and then DJ, like, it's just cool hearing players and the different nicknames they earn or get from things that happen or they do or their history or their past. Right? It'd be interesting to know if KD, if he went by like in college, went by like Debo or KD, you know, that'd be an interesting one, right? Just all the different nicknames, man. It's funny. So, but with the Duke, Daryl Johnson, man, wow, what an athlete. I mean, there's so many guys, right? Like you look at the class right now and you look at guys coming in with Turbo, athlete, right? Miles Johnson, athlete. Zamir, athlete. Derek, athlete. Big Antonio, athlete. DJ, I think what's interesting with him when I watch his film, it's just like he's so explosive off of like his step. And what I mean by that is you can talk about explosive because you watch Zamir's film and he's also extremely explosive. Like you watch that guy move, he is very smooth and shifting, right? Like, woo. I mean, it's cool watching him work his way through people. Like he's just doing a cut drill back and forth when you watch him run the ball with Zamir. What's interesting with DJ when you watch him, he's very, very explosive but powerful at the same time.
Yeah.
Look at his frame and like his body and the way he plays with his body and the way he uses his hands. You can really watch him there's a play where he's lining up, I think it's over a slot or a wide receiver, and he extends on the block, which is beautiful. That's a hard thing to teach because a lot of guys will especially in high school, they'll let them get into their body first, and then they'll try to fight it off with like a quick swim or just like a rip technique. But with DJ, it's beautiful because he extends and you can already see him looking for the ball and hold to pick which direction he's going to throw the guy. And I mean, literally, he throws him to the ground. It's not even. It looks like he just like pushed him over. It just was so easy for him. I mean, wow! Like the guy, you can tell he's extremely strong. It sounds like too, from what I kind of read a little bit, is that he's a little raw with overall like fundamental development wise, and he's ready to come in and really take off. You know what I mean? Like put that work in. You heard a little bit. Smook talked about it last night too, because Smook has some really great. If you guys all don't follow Coach Smook, make sure you do. Coach Sean, Coach Jay, of course, D-Man, Kyle Henderson. Make sure he's always putting out great. Like Kyle, this is Kyle's platform, right? This is his channel. He puts out some amazing content all the time, 24/7. So make sure you jump in and follow these guys. And of course, me and your man, Ty Hayes, right here around the table sports, right? But I'll tell you, man, like every time I watch DJ's film, I find something new. The one thing that stands out to me about DJ, and this is unique, not necessarily from a skill set standpoint, is the guy's humility. Like his humility, like him as a person. I listened to that exclusive interview. One of the things they said, "What would you do if you weren't playing football?" He goes, "Man, I'd probably like breed dogs and stuff." You know, I know that seems like a weird, like kind of answer. Maybe to some people. What it just goes to show is this guy's like he's a good dude, and as he talks, he's not trying to blow himself up and say, "Man, like I'm gonna come in here and kill it," right? Like you got to remember, you come into University of Alabama, have some swag for sure, have that confidence, but dude, you're coming in here with everybody around you is the best player in the nation. Everybody from where they've come from was the best player in their team, the best player in their hometown, the best player in their state potentially, unless you're like from Alabama, then you're playing with everybody that you were competing with to be the best. And same with Georgia. But that, like with DJ, I think the thing is with him is he's just you can see it in the way he holds himself, and his humility is there, and his mindset and just the way he will work, and he's going to be a great teammate. You know what I mean? He kind of has a little bit of a Jaylen Milroe type of personality that you attract to. I don't know what, you know what I'm saying? Just maybe a little more low key right now, and that's just because of everything going on. I mean, I personally, I think this is, for me, this guy might be one of my favorite commits overall for this overall class, no matter what school it is, right? So I try to follow out what's going on with all over the nation, and especially with kind of these top, 150 or top 100, right? So he might be one of my favorite players within the entire class, just because of I think just you see his mindset and what his potential is, right? I don't know. There's just a lot to like about him. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot to like about him.
100%. And when you were talking about what he was doing on film, I can see where the raw aspect comes in, but that's simply, ladies and gentlemen, because he is someone who is so supremely versatile, so supremely athletic, he's used as a band-aid. Where do we need help? Let's put him there because he can succeed everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I watched him play defensive back, outside linebacker. I mean, it was really incredible watching this defense put him everywhere. And that's one of the things I always get excited about, because if you're already excelling this much as you're being stretched thin, which in a way is a good thing, you're learning all the intricacies of defensive football, right? Like his
Yeah.
football IQ. Personally, man, I'm going to be 100% honest. I think his football IQ is already through the roof, because when I'm watching it,
Mm-hmm.
the way he attacks some of these plays, the way he diagnoses it, he has to be watching film. That, or ladies and gentlemen, he might have the wildest reaction times in all of high school football. Either way, it is a massive win, because if someone is already diligent enough to be able to watch film in high school, understand what they're seeing, and understand how to attack it, that's already a huge win. And if he's not watching film, well, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? You just got someone who, like I said in this note, super athletic, versatile player that diagnoses and attacks well beyond his years. For someone watching his junior film, the way he was diagnosing things, where, one of the things, Jake, that's often not talked about or often not appreciated is what the guys up front do. And one of those things is maybe engaging a block, but not instantly attacking, right? Because your job is to engage and then peek.
Yep.
He is engaging, peeking, seeing the plays running away from him, and in an instant, shedding the block and attacking. Like, it's all happening so quick, and you just don't see that from the high school level, how quickly he's diagnosing, okay, I'm supposed to engage, but, it's going that way, shed, attack. Love that.
Oh, I love it too.
Here's the other thing with whenever it comes to Duke Johnson. Ladies and gentlemen, I think he's going to be a 5-star. I think he's going to be a 5-star. Now, you and I talked about this yesterday, and I do want to give a few shout outs. Patriot Life after the donation with the gifted subs, my man.
Dude,
and it was so crazy yesterday. Patriot Life, I don't know if you realize this. I don't know if you realize this, Jake. While we were interacting with some of the people in the Undefeated, I could tell who ended up being gifted those subs from Patriot Life, because they were popping up as new members, like just remembering. So that's awesome.
Yeah.
Want to give a huge shout out to Lawrence Ware, who is a new subscriber of the channel, a new member of the Undefeated family.
Dude, Lawrence. What's up, man?
Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for hanging out with us. Two most important things you have: health and time, and you're spending your time here with us, and we really do appreciate that. Absolutely.
That.
But, you and I, we were talking about this yesterday.
Yeah.
Off camera. And I was like, his ranking is super interesting to me, because if we look at the 24/7 Sports Composite, he comes in as the number 28 prospect in the nation. And I started going back because I was operating under the assumption, because this is what I've been told by people that work in the industry, that they model their 5 stars off of the first round draft. But what I found is I was misled, or I don't want to say misled, because that has an extreme negative connotation. I maybe misinterpreted it, because as I looked, one of the things I found is, like, 2024, there were 37 5 stars. 2023, there were 39 5 stars. 2022, there were. So it's not like they're modeling it after 32 5 stars. This is what I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen. Per the 24/7 Sports Composite, he ranks as the number 28 player in the nation, number 3 linebacker, number 7 player in the state of Georgia. There has only been one class since 2010 that did not include 28 5 stars. This is a young man that, if he doesn't move at all, once the rankings are finalized, ladies and gentlemen, Alabama has their first 5-star, I think, in all technicality, because he's right there. And let's be honest, he's a 5-star talent. Like the guy
Oh,
has
completely.
5-star ability. So
Completely.
what does this mean for Alabama recruiting? The first thing I would like to point your attention to is Alabama is now in the top 10 recruiting classes in the
Mm-hmm.
nation per 24/7 Sports. But more importantly, Jake,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's the best way of looking at this. Simply asking, where is Alabama ranked? Why? Because Alabama has 6 commits. If we look at Notre Dame, they have 3 times as many. They're sitting at 18. Inevitably, they're going to rank higher because they just have more points to add into the
Mm-hmm.
system.
Of
Whenever
course.
you're this early, do not look at where you rank. Look at the average recruit rank because that's going to tell the most holistic story whenever we're dealing with unequal numbers. And when we do
Mm-hmm.
that, Alabama would be the number 3 recruiting class in the nation behind only Ohio State and Georgia. And guess what both of those teams have? Continuity. Bama doesn't.
Oh, completely.
Jake, it gets me to this question right here.
Mm-hmm.
Is Kalen DeBoer exceeding early expectations on the trail?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Kool-Aid man, that one. Like, I mean, like in the end of the day, the dude's breaking through the wall, flexing his muscles, like, let's go. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm impressed with what KD's doing. But I mean, for me, if you guys pay attention when I get on like my segments, and I'm happy we've been doing more of this one-on-one thing together, because we get to really see each other's opinions and get to kind of feed off of this, because I think what's important is from that standpoint, right? And Kevin Lynch kind of just brought this up a little bit in his comment, and we see it on here, and I'm trying to pull. Can you see it better, Ty? I can't really
Which
see
one?
it.
Is
Mine's
it
a little smaller.
the comment? He
Yeah.
says Aaron Torres had a take on Caden Proctor's
Mhm.
move back to Bama. It says a lot about the culture around Bama football.
There you go. So that I think is the key in what we're seeing right now. And like I said, I expected this out of KD, 100%. I expected this, and it looks like C11. Hey man, it looks like you got that sponsorship by Patriot Life. That's legit, man. Happy for you, dude. 100%. But you look at what he's doing with this recruiting class already. And okay, you made a really good point here. Like Notre Dame has all these recruits, right? I think they're probably at, what are they at? Are they at number 1 right now?
But they did this last year. Like,
yes, yeah. A lot of
and
teams do this.
Well, I always ask this question, Jake, and I'm
Mhm,
going to ask it
mhm.
of the undefeated. Every year, there's a team that starts real hot in recruiting,
Yeah.
and they inevitably fall off.
Mhm.
Who will it be this year? And I hate to say it because I like Notre Dame's coach. I really do like
Oh
him.
yeah,
I
man.
want him
I
to
think he does a good
succeed.
job.
I think he's a good guy. I think he's a really smart mind. I think he's got a very bright future.
Yeah.
But last season, Notre Dame at one point had Dylan Edwards, who is killing it at Colorado. He is an explosive true freshman. They had Keon Keeley, and they had Peyton Bowen, 5-star safety out at Oklahoma. They had 3. Well, Dylan Edwards wasn't a 5-star, but man, watching him play last year, not far off. I think Notre Dame's going to be the same team this year. I hate to say it, but I didn't mean to interject right there, Jake. I get
No, you're good. You're good. No, I think and that's what I'm trying to say is, like, we look at, because I just wanted to pull this up right now, because it's it's all point based, but it's also really interesting because it's also early on, right, in the recruiting season. So these guys will get the grades are really going to come out. We'll see some guys shift up, some guys shift down. As you said, we had this number of spots, right? And it seems to be very consistent within the 30s, mid to upper 30s as of late, with how many 5-stars there are. And there is a reason for that. This class probably could have, you could probably have close to 75, maybe 5-stars, but that will not happen. That will never happen, to be honest with you. It just the way the system works. There is a system in place for that. So I will say this, though, is that this is a class potentially, and hopefully with all the networks that pay attention a little bit, hopefully we hit, I would say every year, give us 40. Unless you truly think there is not 45 stars in the class, this is a class that for sure has 40 minimum. And this class is loaded. I don't know what it is, man, but it's just loaded with talent, and you're going to see it as the year goes on. You know, and L Don, what's going on, man? You asked a question right here.
Great question.
Yeah, really good question. Do the Tyre Merrill, do the recruiting rankers consider a level of competition high school recruits play against 100%? I mean, what do you know on that, Ty?
They take it into consideration, no doubt about
Mhm.
it. What I
Mhm.
will say though is, and we talked about this off camera for a while yesterday, there's the
Mhm.
recruiting industry. I love it. I
Yeah.
absolutely love it. It's, man, dare I say it's my favorite part. I love
Oh,
the
I love it
X's and
too.
O's, but
Yes.
I always point back to this quote, right? Because I
Mhm.
came from a town that didn't have a whole lot. There wasn't a lot of economic opportunity. And I watched how deeply two of my friends being recruited and getting that opportunity it meant to the town. Whether kids
Yeah.
went and played college athletics, that was irregardless. Kids
Mhm.
believed that there was a path forward. Gainesville, I always say, was a wheel, and you were
Yeah.
just stuck as a spoke in the wheel. Denzel
Yeah,
and
that's
David
true.
broke the wheel, to quote Game of Thrones, right? Like they broke the wheel.
Love it.
And it's why I love this quote right here, the Marion
Mhm.
Williamson quote from Coach Carter. I don't know if I've ever told you this one, Jake, but I
No,
have it
no.
right here. But this is why I love recruiting, right? And I think the people of the undefeated. Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. Your playing small does not serve the world. There is nothing enlightening about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around you. I always think about recruiting like this because all of these individuals, they're not playing small. They're letting their light shine, and it
Yeah.
subconsciously allows us all to find our lights.
Mhm.
That being said, as much as I love recruiting, there is kind of, I don't want to say a dirty game played, but there's money, right? Like some of these
Mm.
kids are getting their 5-star status only because maybe they have more economic opportunity to go to more camps.
Mm.
Think back to
That's an
Josh
interesting one.
Jacobs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Think back to
Yeah.
Josh Jacobs, ladies and gentlemen. He was living in a car with his dad. You want to tell me that
Yeah.
kid's not a 5-star? Go watch his
I
high
know.
school tape. It's ridiculous. It's an and one mixtape. But
Yeah.
did you have the economic opportunity to go to the Under Armour camp in Dallas
Mhm.
where I
Yep.
was standing there? And let me tell you what, it was a who's who of the
Yeah.
recruiting world out there. Everybody, people who own the sites are out there.
Mhm.
If you're not there, you have a diminished chance of being a 5-star. Jake, that's why I wanted to highlight that. I didn't mean to take so long, but you
No.
made an unbelievable point
Yeah.
when you said there could be far
Mhm.
more 5-stars than there are. There
That's right.
could be, but for the system has it exactly to where there's going to be X amount. But I do agree. I think this year we could get to 40. No doubt
Yeah.
about that.
I mean, that's what I would ask for. That's what I would say, man. Like in the end of the day, like get, set a number that the industry wants and hit that number and say, let's go with this many. Okay. At minimum. And if you can't get that, that's fine. Just be like, hey, come out and be straight with it. I don't think there's that many 5-stars in this class. You know what I mean? But if there is, because there typically seems to be, unless we're holding, and it's, I'm not trying to drop the bar or say the standard is moving up and down. That's not it. Standard stays the same, but how are we using what then going forward would we want to make sure we clarify what the standard is for a 5-star. You brought up something unique in that economic, I guess, benefit, right? And the way I say that, and the reason I think we both talk about that is if you get exposed a lot more by going to camps and you're getting seen, your name is out there. It's the same thing. That's why social media is becoming so huge, right? In the recruiting process now. I mean, look at how many last night. This is a great example. Last night, Iran Hodges posted this post on Twitter. This cool, like we coming, right? We're here. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's out there rocking. He posted this cool thing of the excitement around the program, and Hodges is posting this. Well, just underneath of his post, as I look at it, there's a young kid who posted up his stuff of like, hey, this is who I am, coach. Will you check out my stuff? That's like that access and how fast it is, dude. I had to send out highlight VHS tapes, everybody, to schools in order to get some of that like continued recruiting nationwide. Luckily, it happened in a different way and I got noticed really early on in life. But for a lot of kids, if you can't make those camps today, or like you don't have, I don't know, you don't have that savviness in the way your profile's set up. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of wild, right? Like now you also have a lot of businesses and companies out there who are like, hey, we're going to help you with your recruiting. And there was something talked about a little bit about this, about parents spending all this money to help their kids get recruited. And I get it, because maybe it's worth it for a few percentage of kids, but it's difficult to dissect and say who's legit, who's really going to help us, and who's not going to help us. And then on top of that, how do we get to which camps? Because we only got this much, financial benefit or financial ability to put you through. There's just so much that goes into it, and to get you noticed. And then again, you brought up a topic earlier, and one of our guys did, was on the talent they're playing against. I can speak to this one real good because Washington State, for example, you will not get very many 5 stars. You have very, very limited, because of the way the talent is viewed in the state of Washington for football. You don't get the respect factor is very minimum. Okay. Now, if I go and play Hewitt Trustville in Alabama and I ball out the same way, the likelihood is I'll probably be a 4 or 5 star, 100%. So it's all this stuff is unique in the talent you play against. That also had to do a lot with like the conferences so if you're playing in SEC country in high school, right? Are you going to get a better ranking than a kid playing in Wyoming? Okay. In the middle of nowhere, even though this kid, you watch him, he's a freak of nature. Now, I'm not saying there's a kid out there right now. Well, there's probably hundreds of them out there right now, but we just don't know because they don't get that exposure because of what they're playing against. There's just not enough eyes, and maybe they just don't.
I got
look
one
at it
for
the
you.
same way.
Last class.
Okay.
Gatlin Blair or Gatlin Bear. Kid was like a 3-star for the majority of the process,
Yes,
kind of got
yes.
noticed, went to the All-American camp, and they were like, yo, this kid is out here cooking, but he's from Idaho. So like, we don't really know but we get him in these environments and he is out here cooking.
Yeah.
He finishes out, ladies and gentlemen, as the number 43 player in the nation per the 24/7 Sports Composite. And if you look at his recruiting history, he was a huge riser, because it's speaking to exactly what Jake is talking about. He was someone lucky enough to be identified for the All-American game, and that's where he was able to prove, yeah, I might be from Idaho, but I'm hanging with the kids from Duncanville, from Galena Park, North Shore, IMG,
100%, man.
up there, St. Francis in Baltimore, right? And then you got you got those schools up in DC, you got the Trinity League in California.
Yeah.
And also, something Eldon says, these camps have become mandatory, 100%, but something that Alabama does, and it's not just relegated to Alabama, but something Nick Saban did that I loved. And Jake, I don't know if we've talked about this. Nick Saban, in order for you to commit to Bama, you had to camp at Bama. Like they needed to evaluate you themselves, right? Because that was how you got that real, unless you were a unquestioned monster, right? Like then it's like, okay, well, we got it. But you had to camp. And I find that that's why Nick Saban had the highest rate of development among 5 stars. He was lapping the field. At Alabama, your ability to be drafted in the first 2 rounds as a 5-star was something like 58%, where the national average, including Alabama, was at like 26%. You remove Alabama, it was like at 20%.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why. Now, before I pass it back to you, I do want to answer this right here.
Yep.
Hummus Hero says, can Proctor just enroll again and still play this season? I thought you could only transfer once in a year. That was the rule. However, earlier this year, and actually at the end of 2023, a West Virginia judge issued an injunction pausing that. Now, granted, it was only a 14-day injunction, but this is where we get into the nitty-gritty of this, Hummus. Will the NCAA attempt to stop him from playing, even though they know federal judges are being granted injunctions, right? Like against the NCAA to skirt that transfer rule? I think that the NCAA is kind of in a situation where, whether they want to enforce a one-time transfer rule or not, matters little because everybody's after their antitrust structure and they don't want to poke the beehive any more than they already have. So I think they're going to be hands off and be like, whatever you do, please God, don't sue me. That's my view on the NCAA.
It's man, that portal stuff, I can't even, like, it just is so frustrating. Just like how the rules are constantly changing. Nobody really knows what to do. Everybody's trying to protect their own ass. Like, come on, man. Like, can we get away from like selfishness? I mean, can we finally like just step away from greed a little bit and be power and stop being so damn power hungry as like, from these big people that oversee. Like, I love leaders who go in there who are like, it's all about the people. How can I make sure, like, one of the coolest things is when you see a CEO or a big leader of a company say, man, how do I make sure my employees, I want them to be happy, I want them to come to work and enjoy their job and love it. How do we make sure that, we take care of these guys instead of how do we make sure we appease the numbers for all of our investors, right? Like, I mean, and I know that's, some people don't like that comment. And they're like, oh, well, you have to do this for a business aspect because that's how you make money. I get it. But at the same time, it's about the people, man. Like, you're going to have an amazing product, right? Yeah, there is. And you're going to have an amazing product or amazing service if your people love what they're doing. You know what I mean? Like, and it takes me right back to like Alabama and what's going on with recruiting. I mean, let's swing that all around right back to Alabama. KD is this amazing CEO. Okay, amazing CEO. Courtney Morgan is amazing VP, right? Like you or COO or however you want to word it, right? And then you have these other guys in place. You have a lot of people don't see this as much, but Jatavius Sanders needs a ton of credit. The guy is overseeing the recruiting. Okay. He's oversees the recruiting, the backside of it that we don't get to talk about as much. And that, honestly, a lot of us don't get to see unless you have been recruited or you've gone through the process. You do not know what it's like. There's a lot of work that is done. Think of all the kids who play football that are semi decent or even in the top, like 10%. There's a ton of kids in this nation. Now we have to lock it down and figure out who's who and evaluate based on our needs and make sure they fit our system. On top of that, we need to evaluate who they are as a person. Okay. Because I gave this comparison before. If I have a 5-star here, a 4-star here, the talent gap's not that big, but one guy over here is a better overall like human being. Just the way he carries himself, he meets he embodies what our vision, what our mission is here as a team. We're going to take that guy regardless of the talent difference or the star ranking or all this stuff. Right. So there's so many things. And then, yeah, you have Hodges too, who's doing the same thing. Aaron Hodges, right? Like he's doing the same thing.
Deep in the Texas area, man.
Yeah.
Like,
well, yeah. Hodges is a stud. He's phenomenal.
And listen, but I own it. In fairness, undefeated, I own it. I always say I'm biased towards the players that come from Texas that go to Alabama. That's why you hear me. I'm going to talk up every player on Alabama, but you're going to see me get real excited talking about Jalen Hale, right? Or Jaylen Milroe, right? That's why I'm like, I attack when someone goes after Milroe, right? Like
but I'm the same way. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting with how what they have done with that culture there. And it's the winning culture and the Bama standard has been there, right? We're not taking away from what Saban did, but I think what you can add on to an already amazing foundational culture and let's just say business that was built, right? And created over these years. You can add on to that with what KD is doing, with the coaching staff, with the people in place that he wants to continue that vision, that belief system, in the right guys to buy in. That's another. I mean, gosh, we cannot discuss that enough because none of this works if the players don't buy in. We none of this will work. Like then you end up. That's when you start seeing things like, I know we go back to 2005, 2006, right? Where, you have coaches who might be semi-decent. They're okay, but they're not going to get you to a championship level program or a championship level winning record or bring in like the most amazing recruiting classes. So that's what they're doing right now, and you can feel it, and that energy is huge. I mean, it's like again, their stock is top notch. Everybody's buying in and investing and ready to see this place continue to blow up, which is pretty crazy that you can say that about Alabama after all the success they've already had.
Yeah.
Like that is wild. Like, man, they have really figured out how to do this correctly. It's impressive.
Well, multiple points on that, because I think you make several great points here. One, we're going to talk about Bama Pro Day tomorrow. Or today. It happened yesterday. My goodness gracious, ladies and gentlemen. This is what happens when you go live, right? Like if you mess up, it's
all good.
It's there. So
yeah.
We're going to talk about the Pro Day here in a bit, but the reason why I bring that up is one of the points you made. Alabama is coming off of a decade, almost 2 decades. Let's be real, almost 2 decades.
So crazy, man.
Really closer to 2 decades than not, neither here nor there, of dominance, right?
Dominance.
And yet, whenever you hear these NFL scouts, these NFL people coming to Bama yesterday, what were you hearing? The energy is different. And there is our like bubble, ladies and gentlemen, that has been plaguing me. And I don't know.
Oh my God, Ty. Holy smokes. What, dude, magical people. It's the Alabama way. The blessing has come in. Ty didn't get frozen.
It's a great day, ladies and gentlemen. I was worried about that.
Hey, man. God said we're talking about the right subjects here because it's Alabama football. Roll Tide, dude.
Exactly.
100%. Thank you, God. 100. Thank you.
Yeah. You hit the nail on the head. You heard these scouts after the dominance they had. What were they saying? There's a different vibe here, and it's infectious.
It is.
That was telling to me. That was telling to me. Now, I want to get into what's next for Alabama on the recruiting trail before we go into Pro Day, before we start talking about that. But in order to talk about what's next, I feel like that this is a great question to kind of springboard us into that. Caleb King says, I heard this on another program that I won't mention the name of. He says, but they said Downs is a better overall player, but Proctor is by far more valuable to this team. Thoughts on that? Listen, I am probably the biggest Caleb Downs fan you're going to find because I thought he was the #1 player in the nation coming out of high school. I think he is automatic. I think he's exceptional. But if we look at the average NFL salary, the average safety in the NFL is paid a salary of $2.1 million. The average left tackle is $8.9 million. Right?
True.
And so just looking off of that, I think that they're right. Listen, there's no arguing Caleb Downs would instantly be right there, ready to rock. As Caleb King says he likes Caleb Downs' name. I understand that, Caleb. I understand that. No doubt that he is a monster. No doubt that he's one of the most exceptional players in the nation. Not taking anything away from that. If anybody's in here, I do not want that to be the thought process. But we're talking about a left tackle. You know what I mean? Like, that is one of the most valuable positions in sports.
Huge.
So,
absolutely.
I say that to talk about what's next. Now, I'm not going to get into specifics, right? But, Jake, after we got done recording yesterday, you and I were in here, and we were kind of just shooting it, talking this, that, and the other. I was getting texts. Right. And I was telling you about them. Ladies and gentlemen, I have several friends that do content, obviously, but one of which is a fantastic content creator that follows recruiting, talks to the recruits, fosters great relationships with the recruits. The same way Smook does over here. This guy does for the team he is a supporter of. And they do, both Smook and him do phenomenal work, unbelievable work in their ability to create relationships, right? That's what this is all about. He sent me a message. And I quote, he said, hey, I don't know what's going on, but Bama is doing Bama things on the trail without Nick Saban, and you guys are really starting to catch fire for several 5-star offensive linemen, and it's not like out there yet, but he's like, y'all are making moves, and quickly. He's like, he joked with me, he said, I need DeBoer to not be successful his first year. He's like, because I fear what's going to happen if Bama is successful their first year.
Yep.
So with that in mind, Jake, what's next on the recruiting trail for Alabama?
Oh my goodness, man. It's funny because I have these conversations a lot with a lot of people off of screen and different people that I know from all over, from the West Coast side of things. If you guys don't know, like, about Centennial High School over in California, it's a powerhouse.
Oh my gosh.
So Centennial's a powerhouse. They send out big time dudes. So, some people there, and then just all over, right? I've lived all over Montana, Alabama, Florida, Washington, just all over the place, right? And so you look at like what they are doing as far as the energy that's been generated. I think people are really interested. You look at who's here this weekend, like visitor wise, coming up or through the week. You're going to see some, Jaylen Talton just said, "What's up, dude?" David Sanders Jr. I was just about to bring him up. But you look at like what guys they are pulling in. So like Ackland Deer is here, and then the beloved Luke Metz. They just that. And I do like, man, like Lucas when Luke plays, he just plays with this like crazy energy, man, and he just gets after it. I love his style. I just love his style. I love it. So, like it takes me back to the days of when I got to play, and I that's how I just enjoy. I enjoy watching him because I just remember those feelings, right? And
he's
so
one of my favorite players in this class. I am super high, and I've been super high. I think we're looking at a top 125, 150 player when it's all said and done. Take it to the bank.
I mean, yeah, he's a stud. And so, and then you have like, Ackland Deer, right? And Ackland, number one rated running back in the nation. He looks amazing. The way he plays, the way he sees his vision on the field. He's strong, he's fast. He kind of has the whole package too from an offensive running back standpoint. So they're here this weekend. I know there's a lot of excitement around them. It sounds like for Luke, that commitment date is coming up potentially this weekend. I'm not 100% sure, but Tony Jones, what's going on? Roll freaking Tide, man. That's right. So that's exciting, right? And then we see the number of guys who come in. It sounds like Justice Terry. For those who don't know, he's a good. That Justice Terry.
He's kind of good at this game we call football.
Just a little, just a tad. Justice Terry's a beast. Okay. He has like right now he is being viewed at one of those guys who's going to skyrocket. He's already number 6. It sounds like based on rivals.com, he's number 6 in the whole class. But D tackle out of Manchester, Georgia. He's a Georgia commit. He's a Georgia commit, and he has a lot of good things to say about Alabama. I'm really interested to see, from a standpoint, what Justice decides. There's been a lot of talk. He's kind of given a number of interviews where he's spoken about a few things, man. Like I like that, man. I feel really, really good about Justice. There's a number of questions in here. Why haven't we heard anything from Miles Johnson? I think Miles is just kind of focused on getting his stuff done. He's running track right now. I think he was running track.
Sometimes I feel like no news can be good news, right?
Yeah.
And I think he's already committed, probably locked in, and just kind of living his high school life. You know, because I can imagine if I was one of these guys, I would probably commit early in my junior year, and then like you wouldn't hear from me. I'd be like, oh no, I'm focused on like enjoying my junior prom because I'm going to try an early enroll. Like I'm just going to live in the moment from here until I enroll. And so I think that could be very indicative of what we're seeing there. We've had a lot of one. We have Quanell Farrakhan Jr. What's up with him? Trainwreck, I think kind of the same thing. You've had multiple crystal balls inserted in favor of the Alabama Crimson Tide. And I think one of those things is it's still very early. We're in March. Now, we feel like it's been a long year because Nick Saban retired, but we're only in March, right?
Yeah.
There is still nothing but time and opportunity. And I'm one, personally, Jake, I'd love to get your take on this, and undefeated, as always, got to get your take on this. I'm one that I would rather you, even if you're thinking like, I'm going to commit to Alabama, I would rather you go ahead and enjoy your process, take your visits, and then after it's all said and done, be like, no, I am 100% justified in my decision. I looked around and it is 100% because you're just going to be more inclined to be happier at that location. I think that Alabama is still in a great position. This is one for you, Jake.
Okay,
Before
let me see here.
my answer, what are your thoughts on that, right? In terms of just like taking your time, doing your visits, and making sure.
Mhm. Okay. I think it depends. So this takes me back to DJ, to Daryl Johnson, the Duke, right? Like Duke Johnson, right? Here's what it takes me back to with him. If anybody saw, I mean, a number of people have reposted it now, but if anybody saw like the video he posted last night, a
So
little later
cool.
in the evening, of him as a kid, my name is Dale Johnson, and I'm going to put the
What a
sweatshirt on,
cool
University
moment.
of Alabama. That, I'm going to be honest, it gave me
Chills.
goosebumps. It was
Yeah.
probably one of the that's going to be played someday when he
When he gets drafted.
when that's where I'm at with that. When he gets drafted in the NFL draft, that will be all over ESPN. If not all over ESPN from a standpoint of as we finish and he signs with the signing with his class, this guy's not leaving. I don't think honestly any of these dudes are going to bounce through our class. I think our first 6 are solid, 100%. But that was probably one of the coolest things I have ever seen from that standpoint. I've seen there's a lot of guys who get to play at their dream schools, right? Like for me, like that kind of was very something similar when I was going through a process back when I was a kid, because I grew up in Washington. I had only seen and known of Washington from the great era of the 90s, right? When they're good under Don James, right? And whatnot. So for me, that was a very similar feeling. That's how come I understood that and why it meant so much. And to see him being able to do that very same thing, it's, you can't even put words, you can't even describe it, because for that young man, like, man, like it's just so exciting, right? Like to honestly, to an extent, it almost makes me emotional thinking back to it. So, oh man, wow.
That's so cool,
It
man.
does. Wow. Amazing. So super happy for him. I think it goes to show just like where these guys, their hearts are going and where their minds are going. For those though who haven't gone through this process, right? And Moon Rocket, Don James, yeah, 100%, man. I talked about, somebody asked me last night like how I became an Alabama fan, right? Like why am I so hard, like just love Alabama too? Well, it's all my connection. I did a video, right? Like that talked about the connection of Washington and Alabama. And it is so weird over the years how it continues to do so. And when it does connect, there are these amazing impacts honestly within Alabama's program. It's crazy. Nick Saban's not a coach without Don James, 100%. That's who makes him coach football. That it is insane to know how all that connects, right? And now you look again. Now we got another situation where you have this amazing, talented coach who comes from Washington. Different, right? Different scenarios than Nick Saban, but there's this Washington connection. Like it's interesting to see how it impacts the program as we continue to go through. But and I love that. But going back to what we were saying about this recruiting process and who, what, where, like in potentially who are we going to see? You know what I mean? Like I go back to David Sanders, but also I look at Big Mike Carroll. Like these guys are going to go through their process. They're going to enjoy the process. And if you have that chance to go through it, it is enjoyable. You do get to see different parts of the nation. You get to see different schools. You get to see the experience and what the energy they bring. But the one thing I would caution guys on as they go through the process is feel it and understand what's real and what's not. Because these are, in the end of the day, you can walk into a program and it will be a crazy feel-good sales pitch, and then things completely change once you get out there to play. That's why we see guys not excel maybe as much as we would want them to, or maybe we see guys taper off or drop off, or we see guys, why we look, this transfer portal thing has been insane with the number of people entering transfer portal. I think that's a big part of it too, is they just, they don't feel like home. Maybe why we saw, everyone wants to argue the two different points, that Proctor left for money, but he left because he missed home. I think it was a home-based thing. I'm going to be honest with you. I think it was
I
a
think it was a
home-based
home
thing.
based thing, and they happened to give
Mhm.
him $100,000. He took that $100,000 and said, "Thank you very
Yeah.
much."
Yeah. You know, and fair. That's fair. I just I think overall on this, um, you look at these guys and what they go through. Like, go have those experiences, but enjoy the process. Enjoy the experiences, like going places with your family. You know, like in getting to see those. That's cool to talk about someday and go back in time and talk about when football's done, because football will end. But if you're going to go play somewhere, here's the thing: is is home, man. Like, make sure it's home. Make sure if you got a career-ending injury, those guys that you are surrounded by are still your going to be your like best friends, right? That's a huge thing to think about. Make sure it's a place that these coaches, they're still going to invite you in and they still want you a part of the team. You might not be able to play anymore, but maybe you're going to play a different role now, right? Like, that is what would happen with what is going on at Alabama and the mindset of where everybody is at. Because this culture of coming in, um, focusing on the vision, and that vision is, love each other, be excellent every day, want to know every day, and have the winner's mindset, because winners win, because that's what winners do, right? Understand what DeBoer's maxims are, okay, and what the team's maxims are, I should say, and follow through with those to the T, right? And you get to be a part of something so great. Like I keep saying, it levels up your life. Like I can't get over this enough, but it truly does. It puts you in a position in life that most people will not get that advantage.
Love it.
Most will not get that advantage. So enjoy the process for sure. But man, I'll tell you this, man. Like, at that point, though, like, know exactly where home is and use that especially with Alabama, use it to make sure you're making the right decision. And that decision is big. It's hard too, man. Like, it's hard. Like, I mean, look at what's his name over at LSU right now. Kelly, the head coach, right? He's doing a good job of selling LSU. I'm not a
Which is
biggest
wild, the fact that
Kelly
he
fan.
came in there with the fake Southern accent and is still able to do it. That is an anomaly to me. And when he did that, everybody was like, "Oh, DeBoer's not from the South. He won't be able to do it." I was like, this
Oh
dude just
God.
came in here,
Yeah.
faked a Southern accent, and is still
Yeah.
recruiting well. If that can
100.
work, I'm not worried about this. But do
Mhm.
want to answer this question right here. Kevin Lynch, my man, says, Jake and Ty, who are potential Alabama portal targets who may have hinted about entering or who have straight up announced their intentions other than Proctor? Right now,
Oh,
that's
geez.
really out in the open. It's just Proctor.
Mhm.
Now, I got asked this question on my channel the other day, and I want to address this because someone said, how in the world could Proctor already have like an intention of transferring to Alabama if the coaches cannot talk to him? Ladies and gentlemen, that's because the coaches aren't.
Yeah,
He
they're
was with
not.
Wilkin Formby.
Yeah.
This is
Whoa,
the
whoa,
same
whoa.
thing I've always said.
Yeah.
Tampering is legal. You want to know why? Because you
Mhm.
cannot legislate. Jake, you play for UCLA. Okay.
Yep.
I play
Mhm.
for Bama. All right. You guys have a wide receiver who's really doing his thing. But because of that, Paul Young, a new member, thank you for joining
Thanks,
the channel,
Paul.
my man. And you said earlier, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that you're a truck driver and this gives you an opportunity to stay connected. Paul, thank you so much for rocking with us, for giving us your time, for supporting
Dude. Oh
Kyle,
yeah, Paul.
supporting everything over here. We have got a really great crew that brings a lot of insight, brings a lot of opinions, brings a lot of facts. And
Mhm.
that right there,
Mhm.
I think, is awesome. Thank you so much for rocking with us. But one of the questions I had was, how can he already have the intention of transferring? How does he even know there's a roster spot available for him there if he can't have the contact with the coaches?
Yeah.
I'm going to give you this analogy. Once again, I'm at Bama, Jake's at UCLA. There's a wide receiver at UCLA who is cooking, but the quarterback's really only getting it to one guy, right? Like, they're not
Yeah.
spreading the ball. There's one guy. Well,
Mhm.
Jake and I did all these camps together. So after our freshman year, we're on Instagram and we're messaging, shooting it up,
Yep.
hoop to hoop.
Yep.
And I hit him with, "Hey, man, you were dominating those camps out there. Like, you were
Mhm.
unstoppable. I can't believe they weren't getting you more play. Man, let me tell you what, we just had 3 of our wide receivers first, second round bound. There's going to be a great competition, and I'm telling you, man, you should have came here.
Mm-hmm.
We could use the wide receiver. You should have came here from the rip. I've
Yeah.
basically just said there's a roster spot available. You're not happy. Come on down. But because it's not coming from a coach, it is not illegal. The hard part with enforcing this is you have got to prove that that conversation that Jake and I had was at the direction of an employee of the university. If you can't prove that, you cannot legislate friends talking to each other. That's not a thing. So that's why tampering is legal.
Yep. 100%. In the weirdest way too is like tampering. It's such a broad term, right? Like with what's going on. Okay, you're tampering this way. You told a player to do this, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, man, just leave that alone. Okay. Like everybody gets mad and everybody gets feelings hurt when a player leaves or a player leaves here because coaches leave or this or that or whatnot. Okay, that's just normal. Mr. Ebony, what's going on? And Anthony, what's up? Tink, I see Tink in here, man. I haven't seen Tink in a minute. Tink's in here. What's up, Tink? So,
Tink, happy you're in here.
Yeah, and I tell you, you get used. This whole process of what's going on. You can't get mad at these guys for some of them saying, "Okay, well, I'm in this situation. I want to go to this situation," especially with coaches leaving. I think it really plays into the guys who are especially young too. I mean, that's why Caden is a good example of this. But then we look at the guys coming over from Washington. All these dudes are young. Okay. They left because they wanted to play for this coach. They built that relationship. It comes back to relationships again. If they have an opportunity to go elsewhere, that I support that. I really, really do. I mean, something very, very similar. Something similar, like in my mind was like, I had a coach leave when I committed. You just can't just jump and leave. And that was a long time ago. Right. Now they do have some of those opportunities. And when you're young like that, maybe it's a little different if you got like a couple of years in, you have that team bond going on. It's different from that standpoint. Right. But it looks like Kevin Lynch, you said something, man. We got 200, however many people in here. If you're jumping in, you like what me and Ty are dishing out, and the rest of everyone here at Bama Football on YouTube, please hit those thumbs up 100%. We really, really appreciate it as you jump in and listen up. So, but I will say, like, from that standpoint, for the young guys, it does give them that opportunity. I just would maybe like, that would be probably like an exception rule. If you're redshirt freshman, I would give that exception rule and say, hey, you can do this. That's 100% fair. Other than that, I do think from a portal standpoint, maybe we have like just one, not this craziness, because we're about to see it with a spring. You asked a question like, who are we going to see? There's going to be a ton of rumors that float out there. Like we obviously had the Caleb Downs rumor that was absolutely crazy that he's coming back. And I do not, at this point in time, I don't want to rule out anything. Okay, I got you. I am not ruling out anything. All right. Coach Smook just dropped a nice little comment in there. If you guys haven't seen, he goes, y'all, I think we scooping Ackland Deer. I hope you guys are all ready to hear what Smook has to say when he jumps on here.
Dear Lord.
Yeah, it's going to be we're going to start blowing it up again, blowing it up. I'll tell you tonight too will also be a lot of fun. I know me and Smook are jumping on together tonight, this evening around 8 p.m. Central Time. It's going to be a good time. Good time. We're going to have a lot of stuff. So it's cool that we get to do these like kind of dual segments and jump really into this, everything that's going on from the recruiting aspect to me and Ty. We're going to talk about so many different things and get money. Thank you, man. Thanks for coming. A new member. Get money. What's up, dude? Love
Caden
that.
Proctor?
Thank you. We appreciate
No,
it.
I'm just kidding.
What now?
I said Caden Proctor? I'm just kidding.
Is he here? Is he?
I
Finally, man.
money,
I was just talking to you. Yeah. I like it. I like it. We were just talking, man. You got that money. That's funny. But man, I get it. Like as far as that, it's now as far as who do we see from a transfer portal standpoint? I don't. If we don't have anyone like bounce, right? Like if we don't have any bounce, maybe a potential of one or two guys from our side.
And that's natural.
That is natural. And I don't want to say I don't want to speculate and say who it would be,
Exactly.
right? Like
Not my place.
there's a number of position groups we could talk about from that standpoint. We could, just because of the amount of talent in those rooms and whatnot. But I don't know if we necessarily will see that, just because of the buy-in is so strong and those relationships right now are so strong, from the coaches down to the players within the locker room, how they're mentoring the young guys. We are seeing this on like a level, I mean, that is just not as prominent as at other universities as it is right now. I mean, I'm going to be honest, I don't know how much I've seen it even at University of Alabama in the past, as far as like this more. The culture's always been inclusive. The culture's always been the standards there, so everyone's mindset's the same. But I'm saying like this. I don't even know how to describe it. The more of this very, very tight knit family feel. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if we've ever seen this at really any schools, or maybe only some that have really won big to big. So I don't know. There's something for sure different, but for this overall aspect of what we're looking at, I love to see these guys that want to come in here and do their best. And how we'll go about the portal with other guys is going to be, oh man, Dwight, I gotta catch you up, dude.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Well, here's the interesting thing. You remember,
Uh-huh.
ladies and gentlemen, in the undefeated, what was I just saying about Duke Johnson and how he will, if the ratings don't change, the overwhelming probability is he will be a 5-star. Because since 2010, there's only been one class with less than 28 5-stars. That was the 2016 recruiting class. Well, Ackland Deer, ladies and gentlemen, per the 24/7 Sports Composite. Once again, whenever you're looking at the rankings, I find that the composite is the best way to look, because it's an all-encompassing. It's a weighted rankings. They take into account On3, Rivals, ESPN, you name it. It's all weighted. So it tells the most complete story. Per the 24/7 Sports Composite, ladies and gentlemen, number 32 in the nation, the number 2 running back, the number 2 player in the state of Mississippi. Reason why I bring that to your attention, if we're following that same logic for Duke Johnson, where do I think he will end up? If he stays number 28, he'll be a 5-star. Since 2010, there has only been 3 recruiting classes with less than 32 players in it. 2011 with 31, 2016 with 26, and 2018 with 29. That's how talented this young man is. He is right there, right on the precipice of 5-star status. Personally, I think he will be a 5-star. And Jake, if you pair Ackland Deer with Turbo Rogers, done.
Oh, yeah. I think that's a great great combo. I mean, it's crazy too, man, as you just look. So somebody brought this up. We kind of discussed a little bit last night, but from a standpoint of the running back room, and could we see potentially guys like, transfer out of that room, and everyone, because everyone's like, well, where's Young at? Where's Richard Young, right? And so,
a monster. That's where he is. He's a monster.
I agree, and I think this is a very key point in saying it, because everyone always wants to say this offense is like pass happy, okay? Like 100, like they always are like, well, okay, this is a pass happy. Rick Prentice, what's going on? Rick, what's going on? I know there's a few others who jumped in here. I saw Deborah Rothschild. What's going on, Deborah? So don't say dual standards too loud either. He might just commit. Abdul, you mean David? Are we talking David Sanders?
No, modern day linebacker.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
100%.
Yes. Man, it's so funny because the names, and Sanders Jr. too, it all makes them all.
And you already know how I feel. If you can get him from IMG, if you can get him from Modern Day, if you can get him from one of those,
100,
love it.
100. I love that completely. So I'll say this too, is like, going back to where we were at with that running back room, we talk about like guys, because they're going, okay, well, what happens when you have all these dudes? Like, you get a number of running backs, because you look at some of the guys who are just here. I mean, we have a number of guys. We had a top 100 Gerard Pringle, like, was just visiting, top 100 running back. Okay, we offered. I don't know if you heard me talk about that guy they offered out of Texas, the house. The guy, that dude, he is a tank. That J.O., it's like Javion I can't remember his last name. I was calling him J.O., Texas running back, a beast, right? So there's all these dudes they've offered and kind of put themselves in position. You already have Turbo coming in. Like people are like, well, why would guys want to come? Well, here's why you come. Because in this offense, it's not about like I sit at this point in the depth chart, I won't play. That's not what it's about. It's all about production. So if one guy at this point is producing a little bit and another guy's producing, you guys are going to be able to have that sharing load. And as a running back, Coach Sean kind of brought this up, and mad props to him. Why would you want to? Your career lifespan is very low. It's not very long. So if you make it to the NFL, there's not a lot of guys like AP Adrian Peterson out there who are playing into their late 30s or was it 40s even, I think.
He's
a freak. That just doesn't happen. So majority of the time your career lasts, a good couple of years if you're good enough. So that's why I think here it makes sense, because if you look at the way DeBoer uses those running backs, especially when he has talent and the way the system uses them, you guys are going to get all the carries that you need to stay productive, but also stay healthy, to gain numbers, right? But also show that your different skill sets, right? To get the stat line that you want. I mean, it's all right there. It's the same thing that goes for the wide receivers, because everything is meant to correlate with each other and constantly transition back and forth through this evolution of what goes on throughout the game, and in turn making sure that these two feed off of one another and set each other up throughout the season, right? So it's one of those, I mean, like I said, the spread pro offense, right? It's this unique style that gives a lot of people opportunities to get hands on the ball and show their ability. So if you're a running back, man, like do it. Like, I mean, you're a wide receiver, do it. You're a tight end, do it. Like, I mean, I look at Lincoln Kerr.
I love that new tight end coach.
I
really
Allen's
think.
Stud.
Well, I mean, I've talked about this before. You see what he did with Bailey Zapp at Western Kentucky.
Oh, yeah.
Bailey Zapp broke basically every passing. I mean, he was on fire everywhere he has gone. You look at a noticeable difference in the efficiency of the passing attack.
Holy
everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
I really do think, man, they found something with Brian Ellis. And if Nick Sheridan is to get a call, if he's the offensive coordinator we think he could be, and he is to get a call in 2 years saying, hey, we got this program out here. What if Indiana calls and they're like, how about you come be the head guy? Well, you have Shepard right there, and then you can continue. Brian Ellis is now the co-offensive coordinator, really getting acclimated as Shepard is the guy. You know what I mean? And that's beautiful. Love that hire. Love that.
It's amazing to see. I mean, I don't think a lot of people realize this when they look at like that offensive staff side, on the side of the offensive staff. I mean, you have it on the defensive side too, and I could really highlight this as well. But the offensive side, you look at the guys, because everyone is so worried that there wasn't, especially with Grubb and Huff leaving, right? But you look at the offensive side and you look at all of where they've come from and what they've done. Even the guys you don't even really know about. There's some dudes in there from an offensive and analyst standpoint who are geniuses. But I'll tell you, man, like these guys, even Coach Cap, like people do not realize what Kapilovic did in him as an offensive coordinator, breaking records at North Carolina. I mean, he's basically the one responsible for sending Trubisky into the NFL as the second pick. That's impressive. He's our offensive line coach, everybody. You want to talk about someone who knows how to integrate and get these guys ready to play in a dynamic offense such as this one. This guy probably was the most unique, special pick we could have grabbed, who has seniority, understands the game. You know what I'm saying? Like this is a very, very special dude. And then you look at like maybe some of what we would call the younger guys or the up and comers, just because maybe they haven't coached at this level or that level, Power 5, right? But at that standpoint, that's where you start saying like, man, like this is impressive what they have. I mean, you have this staff that comes together with these concepts this is very dangerous with the talent that they have in the room and the talent that they're recruiting. This is extremely, extremely dangerous. So I'm excited for that aspect, man. Like, it's crazy to think about.
Listen, we have gone an hour talking about
Mhm.
recruiting, and what's crazy, there's still a lot to talk about.
Oh
But
gosh.
you already
Mhm.
know Smook has got y'all covered for that as he
Oh
is coming
yeah.
up with the 11 o'clock hour. So we're going to pivot.
Mhm.
That way, everything is all fresh. We need to talk about Bama at the Pro Day.
Yeah.
Several guys yesterday made themselves some money, right? Several
Mhm.
guys made themselves some money. We're going to dive into that. But undefeated, I'm going to go ahead and pose a question to all of you. I want you thinking about it. You don't have to answer right now, but I do want you thinking about it. And when we get around to it, I definitely need y'all's help. I asked this of Jake earlier. So when we get to it, he's been prepared. Who are the players? Oh, what do we have here?
Oh, they're
We
showing off
got
some pro day clips,
Kalen
man.
DeBoer talking to some of these NFL guys. That's awesome, man.
Boom. That's
Love
pretty
that.
legit stuff. Look at this.
Love that.
Yeah.
So, the question I'm going to pose to everybody before we start going into the pro day, something I want you thinking about, which Bama players are going to
Mhm.
set the combine and subsequently the pro day on fire next year? Way too early. I know. I know. Be thinking about that. Jake, what are you thinking, man? Who made themselves some money?
I think Coach Sean hit this one probably on the head. I mean, obviously, we talk about the size of some of these guys and whatnot. I definitely think we look at Kool-Aid. I mean, Kool-Aid with an injury and his ability to go out there and perform, he showed mental toughness. He showed that he's obviously still a top performer, which is phenomenal, right? Phenomenal. I think Kool-Aid, he already looked good in my mind, but I think what this did is it really made teams solid probably on him, because if you got every question marks as you go through this process, the question marks come from like, what is your health and injury history? And then obviously we know you can play, but like if you're injured, what are we looking at time frame wise? I think Kool-Aid showed like that this injury that he had won't be a problem. Not at all. I think
To run a 4.4 on a Jones fracture is wild.
whoa, like that is
Wild.
wild. So how much faster is he truly, right? Like it's impressive. Absolutely impressive. I think and we're talking about like the current guys, right? Who are, we're
Yeah,
not talking about like, because I
first
saw.
guys who made themselves money this year, and
Mhm,
then next we're going to talk about guys who are going to set the combine on fire next season, right?
yes,
First,
yeah, I got you.
I love your pick about Kool-Aid because do you want to know
Mhm,
what I don't get, Jake? And this happens
mm,
every single year. It's part of the reasons why I have a little bit of a hot take on the
yeah.
NFL draft. A lot
Mhm,
of these scouts, ladies and gentlemen, their job is to almost, this is going to sound strong. Let me explain. A lot of these guys, sometimes their job is to devalue
yeah.
these players. And what I mean when I say devalue, look at how they treat running backs. You could be
Mhm,
fantastic, but they're going to look at you and say, why are we going to take you in the first? We can get you in the They're going to look for any way to get the best
yeah.
value pick possible. That's why
Mhm,
right before the draft, all this negative info starts floating because they're trying to get a guy, Laramie Tunsil, that they're like, hey, you're a first round player. But if I can
yeah.
get you at the back end of the first round, if I can get you in the second
Mhm.
round, I'm doing myself a lot of service in cap space.
Oh, yeah.
Before Pro Day, did you notice that there were so many analysts out there that had Kool-Aid continuing to fall down the
Mhm.
first round? And I'm sitting there thinking, I must be blind.
Yeah,
I must be blind.
I don't know where that even count comes from, right? Like, I watch his film and I look at the way he plays, and then I think I think this was probably one of the best things he could have done. I think some people say it could have been like a huge gamble. Well, that gamble paid off, man.
Yep.
You put down a fat bet and you just hit blackjack. Because like you look at what this does for the scouts and for any teams, again, questioning honestly anything with him. This is almost more valuable than your combine like results or like killing it in a combine. You just showed a unique toughness that not a lot of guys can do or will do, period. During when you're injured, and you went out and then also performed in it. You're able to do that. that mental aspect, these teams love that stuff. They love that stuff. They see a grinder. They see somebody who's going to come in here and work, someone who's going to continue to help build them. I mean, this is like the type of guy that, I mean, he could go. Gosh, I'm trying to think. Honestly, this is the type of dude where, from a Seattle Seahawks standpoint, now with Mike McDonald, that he would probably go after. I would imagine, just from the standpoint of like, this guy has that mentality he wants on his defense.
100%. I love this comment right here. Byron says, I miss Saban not being at Pro Day. Guess he didn't want to step on DeBoer's toes. And listen, I think you're 100%. For the first Pro Day of DeBoer, Nick Saban is a legend. He walks into the building. What's going to happen? All those coaches that know him so well, that trust him so much, are going to flock to where he is and be like, hey, how you doing? How's right? It's almost unintentionally going to be a show in and of itself, because Nick Saban's a legend. He is a living legend in our game. And how often, Jake, can we actually look at somebody and describe them living legend status? Not often. That's anything. Rare.
Yeah.
Not even football. Think basketball. Think base. Name your sport. Name your industry. How many living legends are there?
Alabama's lucky to have at least 2 of them, though. I'll tell you that, because they were able to get that with Bear Bryant and with Saban. That's a rare combo, right? Like, you don't often get that in sports at all. You know what I mean? So that's pretty amazing. Love
Brother Todd, Brother Todd, if either of them make it to 22, you've committed highway robbery. And good for you. You're Philadelphia Eagles. But if they make it to pick 22, someone, I need, quite frankly, I'm going to start assigning drug tests at random to all the teams that didn't pick them before number 22. Because I'm going to have some serious questions, especially if they're taking defensive backs. Guys, I operate under this simple mantra: keep it simple, stupid. Because I know my limitations, right?
Yeah.
And you know what's real simple? Turn on the film, watch Kool-Aid, and guess what you're not seeing? A lot of production coming out of whoever's on his side. They don't even look his way. He shuts down an entire half of the field. They don't look his way. So I get it. These analysts are like, oh, he didn't have, his super productive season. And I'm sitting here thinking I'm going insane. And I'm like, well, doesn't the logical conclusion of that mean that quarterbacks didn't even want to test him? Doesn't that only speak to his value as a shutdown cornerback? Am I missing something, Jake, or am I just dumb, right? I don't get it.
Yeah, no, you're spot on. I mean, like 100%. Like I think that's one of the things where we're going like, hey, why are we questioning this sort of stuff? I mean, you look at the guy and his toughness, you look at his performance level, you look at where he was at playing on the field last year, what he was doing, his productivity. I'm good with it. You know what I mean? But I mean, we also have, like, with that Terran Arnold, right? Like with TA, a lot of people bringing him down and not giving him as much credit as he probably deserves. And I think, his numbers might not like pop off the charts as far as testing. But again, this is, and you hear coaches talk about this. This is why they show up. They want to see you perform. They want to see you move. They're going to watch certain little things. More so, like they're maybe building that relationship. But these results, it more so has to do with your performance and what you're doing on the field, right? The drills aspect part is probably what is important when we go through here. Like, look at this. This is impressive just on the video alone. So
that with a Jones
look what
fracture.
He just did with the fracture. I mean, he's breaking. You see that his size is really good. You see his explosiveness as his foot drive comes off the ground.
It's
he hits tape. And he's still able to jump. He has a little limp there. He's still able to jump like over 10. So, I mean, that's good stuff. I mean, we can see in McKinstry and this how he's moving. Like, okay, he showed out. That guy increases. I mean, that guy's getting picked up in the first round.
And to your point about TA, what I don't get is, okay, so nobody tested Kool-Aid because they didn't want to try. So TA grew in the fire. And what did he do? only was one of the highest graded cornerbacks in all of
Gosh.
college football while being tested because they weren't looking at Kool-Aid side. And then it got to a position where halfway through the season, quarterbacks, you could see it. They were like, okay, where do we go?
Yeah.
Who do we attack?
100.
Because he's locking down that side. He's locking down that side. What's happening here? And this
Mhm.
is what I'll say. I love your point about the numbers because you said this yesterday.
Yep.
You
Yep.
said this yesterday, and I want to bring it full circle. I don't care if Arnold ran a 4.5. You want to know why? I can turn
Mhm.
on that Texas game and see the guy that just broke the combine record, and guess who's running right there with him?
100. 100%.
I don't care
That's it.
about a combine number after that.
That's right. That's your answer. There you go. Like who's the fastest on the field then? It doesn't matter what your 40 is. Who's playing the fastest at game speed, right? I mean, that's what it comes down to. And yeah, like there's some interesting things in here. Yeah, ran a 4.41 yesterday. Okay. So I mean, that's Mook said you talking TA? Is that
I
what
mean,
we're talking here?
I think so. It didn't even matter to me if he ran yesterday. I didn't care what his
Yeah.
combine
Yeah,
speed
TA
was
4.41.
because I can
Yeah.
turn on the film and watch
Mhm.
him keeping up
Yep.
with Xavier Worthy. So before
Yeah.
we ever even got to the combine, I was like, his game speed is already there.
100.
It's on tape. Watch
Yeah.
tape. That's where you're going to
Yep.
find your answers.
Well, that and also too
And
is
that's
when
impressive to have the 4.41 too.
it is impressive. Like, and if that's what he hit, then awesome. But here's the thing about it with all these like 40s, right? And whatnot. Like, yeah, we have, like Smook says, like, you want him on the side. He was mad because he was looking for a 4.38, in which set those goals and go after them 100%. But here's the thing: is the goal here with these numbers and seeing these things, like the strength. How many times can you rep 225, right? All these different things. How can you transition that stuff to the field? Like that's the question. Is I like how many of these guys can actually make that happen? Okay. So like Worthy runs a 4.21. Okay, he's pretty quick on the field. He's pretty fast. Does he transition to or translate that 4.21 in once he puts pads on and he's running a route? Does he just show the same quickness out of a break or when he breaks down? Is he able to basically break guys' ankles because he's moving at those same facts the entire time, or that same speed the entire time? Or does he slow way down? It takes him a minute to accelerate, right? I mean, that's the thing is like all these different things come into play with when we're really talking game speed. And it goes back to even the recruiting thing we were talking about. You can see some of these dudes in the way they play the game and their speed. I don't really care anymore about like what your 40's at, as long as you're playing at a speed where you laterally can dominate, right? And if you are a corner, you are a coverage guy, a DB, laterally and vertically, you're not going to let anyone get over the top of you. I don't give a damn what your 40 is anymore. I want to know that you can play one-on-one and kick someone's ass. That's all I care about. Right. So I think that's the hard part when we go into some of these comments. It's cool to see the numbers. I think it helps a little bit, but where your coaches are really looking at is when we get into these drills, right? And you're seeing these like position drills go down because they want to see how you move in those drills, because those drills somewhat translate a little bit better into practice as well as into a game. And maybe how you are you lazy? Do you cut corners, right? When you come out of your break or you're backpedaling, what's your foot placement? Do you take too many steps, right? Useless steps, right? Or false steps. Okay. There's a lot that comes out of those drills that is very, very useful when we're looking down and we're trying to evaluate a player. The same thing goes when guys come to camp at Alabama. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's really important if you want to be recruited. Let's say you're kind of a guy who hasn't gotten a lot of notice. I'm going to be honest. I saw a wide receiver yesterday on Twitter, and I don't necessarily want to throw it out there yet, but I watched him. I don't know this kid. I don't know how he's not ranked yet. This kid was so explosive. I have not seen. I'm going, okay, this kid hasn't camped that much yet. Then that's what this tells me. Okay, because not a lot of people know about him. But that's the type of kid where I'm watching his film. Everyone said the same thing when you broke down like Xavier Brown. how technically sound he was.
Oh,
That's how
goodness,
this
yeah.
kid was. And I'm going, man, I want to know. I'm going to go find his name right now. But I'll tell you this is, I'm really excited to see what our guys can do. Like we talk about, I think, and Coach Sean brought this up, was a Bogey, right? Had a really good senior bowl, and then also a really good overall like combine or testing for pro day. So I think he's another one who raised his stock a lot,
Well, speaking of raising stock, it's time for the question that I posed all of you earlier. Jake, it's time to put you on the spot.
Okay.
Looking forward a year, next combine. And listen, we're operating under the assumption everything we just said still stands. Two things can simultaneously be true at the same time. You can have a monster combine that absolutely helps, but it's going to be even better if they look at the film and they're like, oh, yeah, no, that film backs this up. And his numbers are eye-popping. Look at Dallas Turner. That's a great example where the film already told you this guy is going to be a problem. Then he puts together his combine and you're like, geez, Louise, is he making it out the top 10? I don't think so. Who are those guys for the next combine, for the next pro day that are going to set college football and subsequently the NFL on fire?
Oh man, this is where I think it gets interesting. I do want to. I think Malachi Moore, just from what I've heard, and I'm not taking away from Campbell or Lawson, right? Like I think those two as well. I think that you have a very, and this is tough. There's a lot of dudes on this team right now who are going to, because of this offense, because of this energy, because of the transition of defense, who are going to see their stock numbers go through the roof. Okay. I really love Malachi Moore. And if you listen to what they are saying, okay, about overall his mindset and the way he is approaching the game and how smart he is, not to mention his playmaking ability, I think he's one of those guys who we're about to see just completely dominate. I think it was one of the best things he could have done to come back. 100%.
Well, and I think Malachi's a great answer because I think he's going to have that same it factor that Kool-Aid that Terry and Arnold had. Whenever he got there, before he even worked out, TA was the talk of the combine. Every executive was sitting there. Every scout was saying he is a pleasure to talk to. What an incredible, like that was the reviews before he had ever ran. Everybody there that had spoke to him was like, what an incredible young man. What an incredible young man. What an asset. Just him as a person would be to any, and that was the talk. I think Malachi Moore is going to be the same way, man. I think before he ever works out, he's going to get on that mic and he is going to instantly make money by just being Malachi Moore. I love that answer. Love that answer.
Well, and I mean, and he's not even, that's what's crazy about this group, right? Is he's not even close to the only dude. I think both Lawson and Campbell are going to be guys
very fair answers.
I mean, everyone's going to sit there and say these guys are your next beast linebackers of the NFL. And they are going to be highly, highly wanted. I think it's just so we're not even digging into, I think, our defensive line, because I think there's talent there. Like who's going to pop off of that defensive line is going to be key, just because of the opportunities they're going to have with the type of blitz and the different stunts that they run in packages this year, right? With this defense, that's going to be one that I think we all should probably watch real closely. Who is going to pop right from that defensive line? That really that pops their draft status up huge. And it's hard because we also have a lot of youth. So we could look at this from a standpoint of saying, okay, next year these guys get this year these guys will have a good feel for the system, but then just right after that, now do we go back to a point in time where we've seen it in history where we just load the draft because of all the talent we have, and that all these guys are getting different looks due to sub packages, that they run on defense in this constant shifting to stay fresh, along with sub packages they run on offense in this constant shifting to stay fresh, with especially that running back room. That's another one, right? You know, and the wide receivers. I mean, shoot, man, does Jaylen Milroe finally hit his year, which I really do. I really think he does. I'm going to be straight with you. I think
Kendrick Law
setting him up. Yep, 100%.
I mean, if he goes for 1,000 this year, and he's
goodness,
like,
man.
you know what, I'm gonna head to the NFL. That guy is going to set the combine on fire.
Yeah, 100%.
He's freaky, like a frog with a mustache, right? I mean, he has got ability that you just don't see. It's so versatile. I can't wait to see. Because what did we talk about yesterday, Jake? For those of you that weren't in here yesterday, Jake and I had a great conversation, and my second favorite sport in the world is any sort of combat, boxing, mixed martial arts. I liken Kalen DeBoer's offensive style to the offensive style of Sugar Sean O'Malley. Why? Because everything Sean O'Malley does is calculated. You're watching Sean O'Malley fight, and he's giving you these little shoulder checks. He's doing a little head fake. It's not all for show. He's doing the head fake, and you're flinching because you know the spinning heel kick is coming. He's doing the shoulder check because you don't know if he's going to just pop out a jab and then hit you with the 1-2. He'll take a step back. Sean O'Malley can hurt you going forward, back, side to side. The reason why I make that comparison, Kalen DeBoer's offense is shrouded in subtlety. Routed in creativity.
Yeah.
How many times are we going to run this orbit motion before you fall asleep on it and Kendrick Law hits you for a 75-yard touchdown because you fell asleep? You didn't bite on the feint that time, and now you got knocked out.
And then on top of that, too, like even with him, you also and Michael, you brought this up with Kobe Prentice. You know what I'm saying? Like that's another one where I think we hear about that room. It does not get enough credit overall. Like 100%, that wide receiver room does not get enough credit because there are so many guys in that room. I just wonder if people say, okay, I don't want to. I'm not talking about them as much because there's just so many. It's just so many.
There's so many right answers.
Yeah, like there's so many routes you could go on this, and they want to see who's going to perform. But you have so many guys in there, truly though, who are very, very, very good, and they could truly thrive in this offense. And I think we will see that. I think we're going to see a number of guys. You know, Washington had kind of like they're 3, 4, 5 guys, but truthfully, or they have the 3 guys that everyone focuses on, and then the 4th with Jeremy Bernard. But the 3 guys they focused was like Rome, Adunze, McMillan, and Polk. Right now, I think the reason was for that. If you actually look through and break down like what they did and how they were able to get other guys in and move with some depth, that was there. But I think you're going to see that rotation a little smoother as long as that consistency with the route running and exchanges is the same. That will be the only reason why we wouldn't see a number of guys. That consistency with how these routes are being ran, the precision they're being ran, and then, like I said, the exchanges throughout the packages and the way they're coming across with timing, that it stays the same. Then we're going to see, we could see 7, potentially 8 dudes getting fed throughout the year with catches. Now, does that bring some of the numbers down a little bit? Maybe a little for everybody, but I don't think it's going to be as significant as you think. I really do. I think it's going to be good.
I like this right here. Moonrocka one-ups my freaky like a frog with a mustache with like a salamander with a toupee. That would be pretty freaky. I grant you that. That's equally as freaky. I like that.
That's interesting.
I like that. We had some good comments I wanted to get to. Moonrock also says, Ty turn on Sean O'Malley film every time. It's just the fact, Moon, that, my dad was a boxer, like, when he was growing up. And so, like, that was something we always watched. Boxing, MMA, like, that was we'd ride, the horses. We'd train the horses. We'd work on the ranch. Sundays were always college football because we'd record the games on Saturday. Because we were working Saturday, watch them. But it was the same way. If there was UFC or something, boxing, we'd record it Saturday or watch that Saturday night. But the reason why I give you Sean O'Malley all the time is just I can't really remember a UFC fighter at this level with the depth of offensive firepower to hurt you. And I think the same thing every time I look at DeBoer's offense, I'm sitting here and I'm like, and Jake, you talked about it earlier. Everybody thinks this is a pass happy offense. Dylan Johnson went for 1,200 on one leg.
One leg. Uh-oh, Ty.
Here we go. And look at that one. That's a good
bubble...
freeze frame. That's a good
one. Man. Oh, it's back again. Dude, what's good? That bubble's so weird, man. I tell you what, the bubble's so weird. But maybe it helps that we're just in a groove and everybody likes it. Hopefully. Thumbs up, everybody. Thumbs up. That's what that was. It was a thumbs up bubble. Everybody hit thumbs up. That's right.
I can go put on a beanie, run the table sports. You say the word. I'll put on a beanie right now. Right now.
I love it, man.
It's the gruesome twosome.
Yeah, baby. Yeah. That's crazy though. And there was a comment just a second ago. How soon do we see like Caleb Odom at wideout? I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. As long as he's picking up on the installations, I said this yesterday, and you and me talked about this. The installations are extremely aggressive. So where we maybe did not see complications with guys within the first few days of spring practice, this is where we potentially would see complications and maybe some errors and mistakes, just from the standpoint that the packages have to get installed ASAP. It's not like install, you don't understand. No, you need to understand. Like they're going to shove this down. Your brain is going to be overloaded for a brand new freshman, unless you've played in like somewhat similar offense, because there are some pretty dope offenses coming out of high school. There's some really innovative high school coaches. That's why high school ball is so sweet. And Corey Brooks, thanks, my dog.
Thank you for joining the family, Corey Brooks. Thank you for spending your time with us. We like to have a good time here. As you can see, we're just shooting at talking college football, and you guys make this. You guys make it possible. To be quite frank with you, freeze frames can be pretty brutal. You know what? And it was pretty brutal. It was.
Yeah.
But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You know what I mean? Like it's.
It is what it is, you know. But no, but I do. I think with Odom, I think if he picks it up, they put him over there for a reason, though. That's also something to think about for everybody. If it's not like he's just being put over there to learn wide receiver or run better routes. They put him over there to utilize him in situations, and I think because he offers a very unique piece that they want to take advantage of, and he does have the overall body control and ability to step in against any sort of cornerback, safety, linebacker in college football and go one-on-one and win the matchup. So that's why I do think we'll see Caleb Odom playing this year, like 100.
Yeah, he is supremely talented. Speaking of supremely talented, as we are getting into the last 20 minutes of the show, and what a time. I've been hearing great things about Odom. Hey, that guy's a monster, man. So versatile. Absolutely a beast. But we need to talk about another beast, right? Oh, man. Ephraim Davis, One Love, One Heart member for 2 months. Ephraim, thank you for all the support. And Ephraim, ladies and gentlemen, this is somebody who not only has been giving great support over here. I say this all the time about like Hacker Music, longtime viewer over here, great supporter of the channel. Ephraim and Hacker have been supporting my content over on Around the Table Sports for almost 2 years now. Both of them have been longtime viewers. Awesome.
I love that.
Awesome for you guys to be over here. Thank you so much for all the support.
100.
But as we're talking about monsters, Jake, there's been a lot of positive feedback about a player, right? And listen, competition makes diamonds.
It does.
But as I'm listening, I hear Nick Sheridan, I hear Kalen DeBoer express ample praise. And Dwight, right there with him, member for 2 months, says almost thought, coming in strong with the 2-month member. Dwight, thank you so much. Absolutely been a key piece of the Undefeated. Your insight, your ability to be in here and make this conversational for all of you guys in the Undefeated. We truly do appreciate it. And now we are going on a run. Gregory Rose with the $9.99. Gregory, thank you for the donation. Thank you for rocking in here. Thank you for contributing to what we do.
Man. 100. Thanks, Greg.
Well, the monster I'm referring to is none other than Jaylen Milroe.
Yeah, baby.
Nick Sheridan talk about how he is just blessed to be a part of Milroe's journey, how infectious Milroe is as a person. Kalen DeBoer has echoed that. And I was bullish, not only from kind of understanding Milroe as a person. I'm from the state of Texas. I actually know people who know who some of the guys he worked with in Texas whenever he would come back. Some of the people I know, Caleb King just figured out how to do this, member for 1 month. Thank you for the membership, Caleb King. You guys are awesome. You guys are
100.
Absolutely awesome. Always undefeated. So I know some of the people, not personally, I know of people that know the people that worked with him. And whenever he committed, I got a text. And the guy who works with quarterbacks, the guy I'm talking about, not only does he work with quarterbacks, Jake, it's kind of crazy. He actually works with MLB players as well. So in the offseason, you can catch him on a beach training Major League Baseball players, training NFL guys. Like, he's a trainer. This is what he does. So he's super connected in the state of Texas. He's in Austin, super connected. He hits me up and said, hey, man, the guys that work with Milroe, they say his ceiling is near unlimited, but they say him as a person is a rare thing, the type of person he is.
Yeah.
And that's something that's awesome. Jake, talk to me about Jaylen Milroe and what you're hearing, what you're thinking right now.
Dude, everybody loves putting me, you know what I like? I enjoy this because whether it's right now or in other segments or with Kyle when we do video cuts, if you guys haven't seen, I always get rolled right into the Jaylen Milroe stuff, and I absolutely love it. I love it, and here's why. A lot of people want to throw me hate because of my fandom, okay, but actually, honestly, it's my respect and my opinion on Milroe and how I see him, not only as a player, but just as a human being, right? And just as a man and what he's doing. A lot of respect for him. But I'll say this, and Jimmy Brown, again, member for 1 month, 100% appreciate you. Thank you for being a member. I mean, we're going to have these start popping up left and right. I love it.
You guys are going on a run right now.
Boom, boom, boom. Let's go. But with Milroe, here's my take is, everybody wanted to blame him. I have brought up so many different points that guys don't understand. So everyone wants to go through the damn stat line and say, well, Milroe this and Milroe that and Milroe, he does this. He doesn't run this number compared to this. Well, you know what, dudes? Let's take the stat line out for just 1 second because stats don't always actually tell the whole story. All right. Here's what does happen, though, is what happens in a game, what happens around you, what you see, what you feel, do tell a story. Your mindset and long-term, your projection is based on your own mind, not someone else's stupid opinion. I could say something, but if he doesn't have the right mindset, it won't happen, right? So other people can say stuff, but if he does have the right mindset, it will happen. So there's all these different things that come into play. I will tell you right now, it's funny because people get pissed off at this, like, I guess, direction I go from a mindset aspect because they're like, well, you're comparing him to greats everywhere. Like we had comments of people saying, well, don't make a Kobe comparison to Jaylen Milroe. Time out. Nobody is comparing Kobe from a standpoint. We're talking about the mindset of work ethic. Okay. Like they're not the same people, different sports. Okay. Different levels. Like Kobe's a great. Okay. Like 100%. Nobody's disrespecting that. What we're talking about is a mindset. And I know that's hard to understand for some people because they don't understand how to get there. It's called like the zone. And it's very difficult to get into the zone. But if you can get into the zone, you can lock it down. You have the potential to do something really amazing and be that great. I'm wearing the Jordan shirt right now. Okay. Think about this. And I do this a lot with Michael Jordan. Whenever somebody told him he couldn't do it, or if they wanted to talk shit, Michael he would come after them full force, but not necessarily in his words. Yeah, he was a good shit talker, but I'll say this, in his performance, he would prove you wrong in your face in the most ridiculous way. And at the end, it made people talk about they were scared to talk shit to him. Okay. I'm not saying right now that Jaylen Milroe is Michael Jordan. That is not what we are saying at all. Let's get that out there. I am saying there's a mindset out there that if you can tap into it like Michael had, Jaylen is finding a way to or I guess, yeah, get into that mindset, right? He's tapping into that mindset to a point that we are seeing there is something special about somebody who can go in and put that work in. They're like, well, why is he getting up so early? I don't know. Why don't you try it for a year out of your life and see how more productive you are? Think about that. I don't know. You don't got to get up at 2 a.m., but get up early, go to the gym, start a routine for your life. See if productivity comes, see if more success comes. Think about that. Okay. Get yourself into a position where you can kind of mimic some of these things that guys are doing, that they're gaining that attention for, right? That they're getting hype for. And guess what? You'd be surprised. There's famous people out there in the world who talk about this all the time. Okay. That when you set yourself up and you start doing these little things, these distinct little things, and you are really trying to hone in on a craft and you are dedicated to that craft, I will tell you right now, all right, that success is coming and it's going to come big because you have that. It's proven. It happens every single time. Doesn't matter who you are and what you're doing. It will happen. Like that whole thing, you guys all heard the book, The Secret. Well, the Secret talks about manifesting your own destiny through like this thought process, through this like vision, through this consistency of positivity and putting into the atmosphere what you want out of your life or out of this goal or out of something small or out of something big. If you are putting that out there and you're putting the energy the correct way into it 24/7, it's going to happen 100%, especially when you believe. This guy believes. You're seeing it in his work ethic. You're seeing it in what everyone is saying about him. They're not just floating this out for bullshit and likes. It's real. Like, I can't wait to watch what people say about him as the season goes, even in the A-Day. But for me, it's really going to be fall ball into the season. The competition is real. I'm not saying the competition is not there.
100%.
Competition, iron sharpens iron. These guys, when they're all competing, what they should realize is that, each one of us is making the other better. And when it's our turn, we're going to excel. We're going to try to beat out what the guy in front of us did. Okay. That's the way it should be looked at, no matter how it is. Like compete to start. Right. And that's what I got to say about that, man. Like 100%. You guys don't understand it. I don't know how to help you.
I love that so much because you're 100% right. Milroe is an exceptional person, but this is also a very, very, very talented quarterback room. So much so that I actually think that's probably the area on the team that gets lost in the sauce.
Oh, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dylan Lonergan is a dude. Ty Simpson is a dude. Austin Mack is a dude.
Mm-hmm.
And Jaylen Milroe is an unquestionable dude, right? Like you have 4 guys there that I'm not going to lie to you. Other schools around college football are praying they get a guy analogous. They get one guy that's analogous to the 4 that Alabama have right now.
Yeah.
It's an exceptional place to be, but it also creates a situation where everybody is getting better.
Mm-hmm.
Jaylen Milroe has an infectious energy.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what you're talking about. That's why you're making those comparisons, because some people have a will that is undeniable. Kobe had a will that I would describe as undeniable. Jaylen Milroe has a will that's undeniable, ladies and gentlemen. And this is what I will say. Everybody asking like, oh, well, is he going to improve on this? Is he going to improve on this? When was the last time Alabama had a quarterback coach that you were just like, yeah.
Uh-oh.
AJ Milwee with Sark? No, seriously, was it AJ Milwee with Sark? So before Jaylen Milroe ever got it. So then he goes from Bill O'Brien to Tommy Rees. And listen, I liked Tommy Rees, but Tommy Rees is 3 years older than me. And he's never worked with a quarterback like Jaylen Milroe. On top of
No,
that,
man.
Tommy
Yes.
Rees didn't get to bring in his offense. He had to learn Alabama's offense while learning to be an offensive coordinator because he's still so young, future very bright, but very young, and learn how to work with a quarterback like Jaylen Milroe. Jaylen Milroe has had so many different offensive coordinators. He has not had continuity. Now he has a quarterback whisperer. He has not had that. Now he does. That's why I'm so bullish. Because if he improved under all of the chaos, now think what he does when he has a quarterback whisperer in his ear working with him. Is that not exciting? Like that right there moves me thinking like, hey, the last time I look at Alabama and I'm like, man, this is a great quarterback coach, offensive coordinator duo. I'm looking at Sark AJ Milwee.
Yep.
I don't know. What is that?
What the hell is going on? Dude, they just brought this up. Hey, everybody, this is kind of cool. Very interesting. Hold on, Ty. Time out. Time out, everybody. Time out.
What's happening?
Something is going on with StreamYard. Did you guys see this crazy stuff? Like Ty just said something legit and the fireworks went off. I don't know. Did that happen to me too? I hope so. I hope what I said, that I got fireworks out of that. Like, come on, man. Like what I said was cool too. Let's go. But I guess if you hold up, or if we're making hand movements, Ty, potentially our hand movements now, since we're being tracked so hard, I don't know what it is, man. I don't know which hand movement it is. We're able to do cool things on screen. Hence why you get the thumbs up bubble, my friend. Thumbs up bubble. Look. Yeah, look at that, dude. Seriously.
Well, I look like a lion. Look at that. I'm beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, it's the Rainbow Lion King, everybody. Pretty awesome. No. Pretty awesome. but man, yeah, we gotta be careful with that, man. I gotta say, Jared with the super chat, man. When was the last time Milroe didn't improve? When was the last time Milroe didn't improve?
Great question.
I think Jared, the point is we can't answer that because I don't think that happened. I think that was the point of the question, right, Jared? Yeah. Thanks for that $1.99 super chat. Like 100%. No fireworks, Merrill. Thanks, Steven. All right, good to know. That's a bummer. That's disappointing.
Wait, throw up one of these.
Oh, dude. Oh, man, that's awesome. It's all. Oh, dude, look, yeah, the party confetti comes down with peace signs. Crazy, man. Crazy. I hope y'all are enjoying our discovery of new cool things. Dude, I don't want to move my hands. I'm careful. I hate that. I don't want my screen freezing on me either. I was nuts. But and you run a sport endurance would help. I don't know what Caleb King was saying, but this is interesting, man. Like this is cool. Okay, bummer. It is what it is. Anyways, but jumping back to these things of what you just said, I think like with everything going on with that quarterback room, phenomenal, and with the coaches in there. And I think one thing that's impressive is it's not just like one coach, right? And KD has proven his ability to improve quarterbacks dramatically, right?
I'm testing what's possible here.
Yeah, this is a party time, everybody. Party time. Yeah, Ty's internet can't handle it. Yeah.
What happens if I'm gonna
laugh when we. Does it bubble and?
Oh, what is
dude.
this?
Oh my God, not good.
That's abhorrent. No, that's not good. Okay.
Yeah, dude. You
so
just
we know
put
not
out
to do that one. Yeah.
Yeah, they said that was ass, basically.
Yeah, that was
ass. What you said was shit.
Grotesque. maybe one of these.
Oh right? Man, dude. Bummer. but dude, like that's funny, man. But yeah, it's just crazy, man. With these coaches, like what you got, it's good. It's good. Like I think Milroe is going to have mass improvement. Like it's not just him. You got Brian Ellis, right? You got Sheridan. You got KD, who's shown every quarterback he's touched basically has had insane improvement. Sheridan's really impressive because of what he did with Penix at Indiana. A lot of people don't realize that was Sheridan who was working with him. Jason Howard. It is, man. It's weird when you discover all these new things.
And I've said it before. I'm like a goldfish. I am not the person to have discovered this. I said it yesterday. I am the type. Jason was in here. You can't give me money. Right? You can't give me money. I'll have a throne of McDoubles in here just throwing up peace signs like this all day, testing the limits of like.
Yeah.
What can do?
Yeah. What happens? What happens when we go 1 up, 1, 2? Does it do anything here? Mine?
You want to
Nope.
see my unequal thumbs ups?
Oh my gosh, look at that, dude. Like, boom, freezes you in the firework frame.
Look at
I
that.
love it.
I got the
Uh,
halfway. This is as much as I can raise this thumb. That's it.
yeah, I love it, dude. That's as much as you can.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
it's
I
wild.
broke it and it never came back.
Mm,
Got caught up
mm.
in a rope. Working with, and
Oh,
it just,
dang, dude.
and then
That's the
yeah,
worst.
never did anything else. But what are you gonna do?
What's going on? What are we
I
doing?
don't know. I'm testing
What
what's
comes next?
possible here, right? Like
Hmm. I don't
I
see
think
anything out loud.
Blaze might has to make an appearance on these, right? Like,
Oh gosh, yeah.
but Smook
Mhm.
Smook knows. I don't know if the people are ready. I don't know if the people are ready. Have you you haven't been introduced to Blaze yet, have you?
Oh, me? No, I haven't seen Blaze. Who's
Le-
Blaze?
so actually I had to go free Blaze from the grasps of the Lithuanian government. He was being held over there.
Whoa,
And
impressive.
Blaze, you know, he's a problem starter. He's a problem starter. He's got beautiful
Okay,
hair though. Beautiful. But he is
beautiful.
Blaze is different. Yeah, Blaze has got
Man,
a different type of energy. It seems to have a toward the camera movement. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. I'm sorry guys. I'm testing out what's happening here cuz this is all new to me.
yeah,
This is what happens when we do this live. We figure out things on air
yeah,
and we
man.
work through it
Like straight up.
as a family. We work
Mhm.
through it as a family.
100, and it's a lot of fun too, man. And thanks for everybody. Make sure you're running those thumbs up. Ty, can you do the thumbs up one? Do you know? Have you figured that out yet? Someone said it was a heart. If you made a heart, you got a thumbs up. I don't know. I don't know. Does it work? Come on, come on. No, no. Oh my God! It gave a heart though. So everybody, make sure you hit the thumbs up because it did work. Heart did come. Everybody, that's amazing. And Blaze is an effing goat. I love it. Undefeated ASF. I would say that out loud, but man, if I do, I feel like I would get in a lot
Most
of
people
trouble.
haven't met,
You know.
only a few have met Blaze because we got to keep him contained. You know what I mean? Like, I'll tell you what, the last thing you want is to give
Yeah.
Blaze a Red Bull. That's what happened in
Yeah.
Lithuania, unfortunately. They gave him a Red Bull and we averted an international crisis, ladies and gentlemen, but just know it
Okay.
almost
Thank
happened.
God. Okay. Thank God it didn't. Thank God. But that's man, I'd be interested to meet Blaze for sure. You know.
Blaze is off the
Um
chain. He says,
Blaze is off the
we
chain.
might have to go and see if we can wake him up, especially as Smook is about to come in here, because Smook has an uncanny ability to make sure Blaze doesn't
Oh, really?
do a bit
Like
too
get too
much.
crazy?
Yeah,
I like it, man.
he's got the ability to keep him under wraps, right?
I like it.
That's what
I
happens
like
when
it.
you get a character. That's
Oh, that did. Wow. That's the best though. That's the
Blaze.
best. Like, huh? Blaze gonna start World War III without supervision.
Unfortunately, that's in the cards.
I love it. I love it,
I
man.
can't believe 2
No,
hours.
2 hours,
Feels like
guys.
it's been 20 minutes.
I mean, we've had a fun, but we got so many different things that we could continue to go on about too, which is pretty wild, you know. Um, okay, all right. Well, then we got a little bit more time, I think. So just never mind. We aren't going to bounce. Instead, we are going to give a thumbs up for all the cool new things that Ty can do on his screen with fireworks, with thumbs up bubbles, with hearts, right? And with party confetti,
Come on.
everybody. Come on, baby. Lean forward. Let's go. There we go. Party confetti. Make sure you run the thumbs up for party confetti, everyone. Pretty sweet. I love it, man. Hey, that's pretty cool. I like this. This is interesting.
Well,
You know what I'm
now we've
saying?
at least figured out what it is, right? That's
Yeah.
the good news.
Yes. That is the good news. It's a little different. New updates for StreamYard for sure. Absolutely love it. But I'll miss Reichert. Oh, okay. Yeah,
Oh, we
yeah.
all
Shanae.
will. We all will.
Shanae. What's
Great
going
one.
on, Shanae?
And
We
that's a
love it. Thanks,
question.
Ebony.
That's a question.
Mm-hmm.
How do you replace Will Reichert? I know the special teams is the often
Mm-hmm.
forgotten about part of football, and
Oh
I'm
man,
guilty
it
of it
is.
myself. I
Me
am.
too. Me
I'm
too.
very guilty of it. But
I'm not gonna lie on that one. I definitely am.
this is a superb comment. Thank you so
Yeah.
much for this, Sean A. This is
Hmm.
genuinely a superb comment because this is a conversation we have not really had, but we have to
Yeah,
have.
that's right.
Special teams will win you games before you even realize what happened.
Oh my goodness, it's huge. It's
Eh,
huge.
Replacing Reichard is a must because he was automatic. Though I don't know if you ever saw this, Jake. So
Hmm.
whenever he started missing field goals, right?
Yeah.
I would mess with Kyle. And I was
Okay.
like, "We're back. We're back, baby. We're missing field goals. Bama's back. We're winning the national championship. We can't hit a field goal. It's done."
I love it. I love it, man. Oh gosh. I will say though, the way I think what they do with special teams and like the way, because KD is such a perfectionist. You look at the guy who was a walk-on kicker, right, at Washington this last year, and that guy showed up. And then they awarded him a scholarship, right? So who's your next dude? Because there's a number of them on here. I know everyone's like, it's Talty, you got Harridan, Schubach, Beliphant. Who's going to be your dude, right? Who's going to nail it? Stu Merrill to the screen party too, right, guys? I don't know if it works, everybody. Nope. Sorry. I think my camera is too, doesn't happen. It's all good. I don't need party confetti. I just do me. I'm good with that.
You are the party confetti.
Hey, thanks. Thanks, Ty. There we go. I am
That'd be
the
unfair.
party confetti.
That'd be
That's
unfair.
cool. I appreciate that. I don't, I'm good. I don't need it to send me into outer space or through a portal like we've seen everyone else in NCAA football, so it's all good, but yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Talty
It's okay.
for special
It's okay.
teams. That's a good one.
Mm-hmm. Talty. I do. Well, what did you guys think from a standpoint of what you've seen and what you know about Talty? Like, what do you think, Ty?
Very talented. Very talented. Very highly touted.
Yeah.
I think that's a good a name as any to take over for Reichard. He's got the
Mm-hmm.
ability. But man, Reichard, that is such a good comment. I really do appreciate
Mm-hmm.
that one because and I'm really guilty of it. I am.
Yeah.
And I need to be more
Mm-hmm.
aware of it. I mean, how many times have we talked about the integration of the offense, the integration of the defense, and we really haven't gone into special teams, and that's on me. But that's why I really do. Sean A. Hudson, I really do appreciate that comment. That was a really
Yeah.
good one and one that
It is,
I
man.
need to dive into far more.
Mm-hmm.
When Leach student from the stands to be his kicker.
Yeah.
I got a story for you. One time, whenever they were playing a game, he dropped a fake playbook
Mm-hmm.
on the ground.
Dude, I love that.
Other team, have you heard this one?
No. But please keep going. Please tell us.
He intentionally drops a
Uh-huh.
playbook on the ground as he's kind of going over to shake the other
Yeah.
team's hands. He just
Mm-hmm.
kind of right out of his pocket, and he goes back
Mm-hmm.
over to his side. Well,
Yeah.
the guys on that side, the second they saw that playbook fall, they were like, "Hey, get that. It's got the script. Like you have his opening script." It was a fake
Yeah.
script. So he goes out
Dude.
there and he's like, "Oh, they're expecting."
Genius.
He hits them over the head for like the first 3 or 4 sequences of the
Oh
game.
my God, I love that.
Leach is a legend, man. I love Leach.
Yeah.
But also the stuff with, Texas Tech. I had some people from Gainesville, people I know, go play for Leach at Texas Tech. They loved him. Always had great
Mhm.
things to say about him. So I've always been enamored with the Leach stories because he's a character, man. He was a
Oh my
character. Rest
God.
in peace to the Pirate.
100%. Rest in peace to you, Leach. With Mike, like what's also interesting is you hear about the stories, but I think you look at Leach and his background, how he got into like football. You know what I mean? Like coaching. He has a very unique style of how he even got into this, and that's why I think made him so different and special. And you got to think about that from a standpoint of saying like, hey, like this is cool to see guys who are doing something different and not always in the traditional way. Don't get me wrong, don't take away from tradition. But I'll tell you, you know what I'm saying? Like this is what I'm saying from a standpoint of, again, I tie this out. It's weird how I can tie, or we all can tie these back to like Alabama football right now, because you're able to maintain something really good, but then you come from something very unique and different. Whoever thought Alabama was going to hire a guy who coached an NAIA? You know what I'm saying? Like, whoa, where's that come from? Yeah, there's a lot of guys who start out like high school and stuff, right? And so did DeBoer. And honestly, there's a lot of coaches out there. But to just sit there and come back to it and say, man, this guy did something very unique everywhere he's gone. And Leach is the same way to think about from a standpoint of this guy was very unique in how he even came into coaching. And I love Leach's stories are hilarious. His interviews are hilarious, man. And his I miss the guy. I mean, but his impact on college football in general is amazing.
His dry humor was always so good to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like he was a character, and he was fantastic for the SEC, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
Someone like that personality, it brought a different type of energy to the SEC, and I was so happy when he was the coach of Mississippi State. Still thoughts and prayers out to the Mississippi State family, right? Because that is a loss, right? That the Pirate was
100,
instrumental in college football, and you hate to see what happened to him. But man, what a person. What a person. What a character. For all of you, if you're not familiar with Mike Leach, I'm telling you, man, go check out his history and you're going to love it.
Yep.
You're going to be enamored.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, we've got Moon
we
Rock
got some
started
funny comments going on in here with this red hair stuff. Thanks, Ebony. I appreciate that. 100. The red hair is nice. I like it. It's good. I'm a red guy. It's all good. I like it. But no, man. I mean, it's any word on the O line so far and how they're looking. It sounds like everything's. I mean, there's some good competition out there. We heard that. Like, I will say, we just get down to center, right? Between Brailsford and Brockmeyer. It sounds like that competition is legit. That I love to hear that. I really do. Because I think with Parker coming in, and nobody wants to just come in and be handed anything. Like, in the end of the day, that's not what this is about. That's not what KD is about. That's not going to happen for anybody. Like, let's say we go through practice, and we'll just jump back to Milroe. Milroe has terrible practice, and it's the consistent. It's not looking the way it is. He's not hitting what they want him to hit. Okay, boom. Now what we look at is, sorry, you're not going to end up starting. That's just how it works, So Parker needs to come out and continue to do his thing. Yes, huge accomplishment. The guy is really good. We know he's really good. We know he has that communication. He's a stud. But I love that Brockmeyer. I mean, probably wasn't getting enough credit. Oh, Ty, look at that. You got another bubble. What does this happen? What bubble was that?
I have no idea.
Dude, I don't even know what that was, man.
Gave me a double thumbs down.
Oh, dude. Yeah, that's messed up. That's messed up, dude.
Apparently
we don't
it doesn't
thumbs
like
down either.
my posture. Okay. Hey, listen,
Okay.
I wasn't in good posture.
Sit up straight, Ty.
My bad.
Sit up straight. Sit up straight, everybody.
You got
Make
it.
sure you're proper and are ready to go. So,
AI is going to end us all, and it's coming for me right now.
Man. Yeah, 100, like crazy. But yeah, I think that competition's huge. You know what I'm saying? Like, that competition is a big, big deal, and I love it. And I love knowing that these guys are out there pushing each other. I think somebody just said something. Is there a competition between Formby and McVay for right tackle if Proctor is going to be sliding back in his spot eventually? With Antoine said that. And man, I wouldn't just assume that Proctor gets to come back in. I went into depth on this about kind of what he needs to do. I would never just say that guy's going to come in here and just slide back in. He has time that he has to put in. I'm going to tell you that 100%. 100%. Yeah, he has time, he has work, and there's some things he needs to do. So, but then we talk about Formby and McVay. I mean, what was your kind of take on it, Ty, with the O-line and what you've heard so far?
And it's not only Formby and McVay. Olasolinen was really turning heads early last year, so we know he's got the ability. I think Proctor coming back is great, but I do think you hit the nail on the head. Everything is earned. Nothing is given. and you got to earn the spot. Now, luckily, it provides depth, right? And that's the one thing. It's like, oh, thank you, because that's what Alabama really needs on the offensive line right now is that depth. And getting Proctor back buys you depth. It also buys you flexibility, versatility, and answers. 3 things I love. You hear me talk about it all the time. I'm into answering questions. I always try and find an answer. 2, I love versatility. I've talked about it with Noah Carter. I talk about it with Duke Johnson. I talked about it with so many of these prospects. That versatility is massive. And it's just something that I think whenever you get in more depth, it allows you more flexibility. And that's massive. What is that? Could it be?
Ty, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, good. Okay, we're good then. I always have to be careful when we do that because it's not when if the music's on and I get on, right, it's all good. But if the music starts up, it kind of gives this like delay in everybody's stuff. So, crazy. And now we got Smook, everybody. Yeah.
What's good, y'all?
Give me my fireworks. I don't want the stupid confetti. Give me the fireworks.
Can I do that?
Yeah, dude. You gotta do your rainbow, man. Woo!
Oh, you know what? Ty, you on your Mac, ain't you?
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta turn my thing back on. I used to have it on.
Oh, nice.
You gotta go on your settings. It turned on when you had to reset your stuff to get back right. But yeah.
I don't want the stupid confetti. Get rid of the stupid. Nobody wants the stupid confetti.
Dude, he's just paused there.
He going crazy, man. Oh yeah, look, I like this right here.
Yeah.
I like this right here. What's up, fellas?
What's going on, man?
This dog is going a little bit crazy. I'll be right back.
Listen.
What's
up, bro?
What's up?
We got some hot stuff brewing right now for Bama.
This gonna be good, man.
This 25 class about to be stupid.
Oh yeah.
It's almost hard to contain because they don't seem to care to contain it. They just don't.
Hey, good for them, man.
They are bought into Kalen DeBoer. We talking about on my segment today. We'll be talking about offensive linemen. So
love it. Yes.
I'm telling y'all, it's so just know. We putting in work. We're not playing. You know what I'm saying? We putting in real work out here.
I love this.
It's gonna get crazy. It's gonna get crazy because a lot of these names, nobody was talking about them coming to Bama 2-3 weeks ago. Nobody.
Is that wild, man?
That is crazy to me. That's
wild. And I think what's exciting too, man, is the fact that all these dudes are really seeing this what this could be.
Yep.
And you're like, hey, let's buy into this. We got to feel here this is real. This is something we can hang our hats on and actually feel from a standpoint of not just money bags, right? It's not like a picture of money bags anymore. It's this is something real that we can all be a part of. That's special. That's unique. Man, I love that.
You see what I did, right? I had to put some chapstick on because my lips might get chapped talking about all these highly touted recruits. All the excitement and air that's coming out is going to be I'm about to be spitting some fire today. You know what I'm saying? I really am. And it's crazy.
Yes.
There go
oh my God.
And my boy Blaze done pulled up. It's up.
Dude.
It's up. What's up, Blaze? Where you been at, big boy?
How you doing, man?
Where you been at, Blaze? You see I'm growing too. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to catch up with you, Blaze. What you been up to, man?
Whoa.
Oh, snap. He done swung. Blaze, you on mute. Why you muted?
They're holding me down, brother. They're holding me down.
Man.
It's the AI.
Whoa, dude.
I'm telling
Blaze
you.
Hayes, man.
Hey.
Whoa.
Blaze, didn't I tell you about getting out here in these streets? You got to be low key, all right? You got to keep that low profile.
That's not what I do. That's not what I do.
Blaze. Come on,
I locked Ty outside, all right?
Oh, damn, man.
He was holding me down. I locked him outside. And now
Blaze.
we're here.
Blaze. So it wasn't the dog barking, it was you?
Maybe.
All right.
Maybe.
Yeah, I figured.
I'm not proud to admit that, but yes, yes.
I know you, Blaze. I know you. I know it was you. So is Ty okay though? Ty's good, right? You didn't.
I mean,
Blaze.
He's there.
Blaze.
He's not in Lithuania. I was in Lithuania.
I
don't want to hear about him. I was in Lithuania.
Blaze. Nobody told you to go over there though, Blaze. You remember what we was talking about the low profile. Jake, I don't know if you formally met.
You're right.
Jake, Blaze, Jake.
Good to meet
What's
you,
up,
sir.
Blaze? How you doing, man? Man, you do got a full head of hair. That used to look like mine a little bit. Looks good. Yeah, I like it.
It's like if Mel Gibson from Braveheart and Jesus from Passion of Christ were to have like some type of weird baby and their hair. That's what the hair would be.
Yeah. Will Ferrell put it best. I got the voice of Fergie and Jesus.
Jesus. I mean,
wow.
You just you don't get any better than that. Like,
yeah,
this is what we're dealing with. And chat, I see the Undefeated going crazy. We've been trying to keep him under wraps. I've been working with Blaze behind the scenes trying to get him like stream etiquette because I get crazy too, but Blaze is on another level, y'all. And I'm not even sure if we got like the disclaimer signed by the network to even bring him on today because it can get hot.
Disclaimer.
Whoa.
They can't hold me down.
I had no part in this, okay? I had no part in this. I want to go on record. I had nothing to do with this. Jake opened the door. Jake left the door. I'm not snitching. I'm just telling the truth, okay? We're not snitching. Yeah. We're just telling the truth. Jake forgot to lock the door. Ty got tricked by the dog barks and all this stuff. I'm just here. Yeah. I was supposed to be coming on doing a segment, and then my boy Blaze shows up, and now I'm kind of scared.
Wow.
Nah, nothing to be scared of. You're not an Auburn fan, are you?
Negative.
Over on farmersonly.com?
Hell no. And if my mama in the chat, I had to say that because he said that the Opelika University word, and I'm not standing for that. I'm not standing.
Then you got nothing to be afraid of, brother. Nothing to be afraid of.
But I'm gonna tell you this, Blaze. I don't know if you listen to Ty. I don't know if you listen to Jake. They was talking about some of these, with Caden Proctor coming back. How you feel about Caden Proctor? I'm curious to see what Blaze. Let's get Blaze's. Listen, we're going to send a screen Blaze, and we're going to let Blaze give his thoughts on the Caden Proctor news. Okay?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is one. Name me something more American. Name me something more patriotic than capitalizing on your abilities, testing the free market, taking the loot, and then going back to the good place. Now, Kirk Ferentz said, good thing he didn't take our offensive playbook. Kirk Ferentz, I apologize to tell you, everybody knows your offensive playbook. It's a halfback draw. All right? You couldn't score on Sister Mary and Mother of the Poor. Bishop Sycamore would hold you scoreless. Nobody's worried about your offensive playbook, Ferentz. But what we are going to do is take that little $100,000 you got. We're going to bring that back over to the Tide, something that cannot be stopped. And we're going to keep on rolling, ladies and gentlemen. But name me something more American and patriotic than taking your free market talents out there, capitalizing on it, and then taking the loot right back to where you need to go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's poetry. It's beautiful.
Straight poetry in motion, baby. Straight poetry in motion. Blaze.
Wow, man.
I couldn't have said it better,
dude. Whoa.
Yeah,
I mean, that was so good. I cried, man. That was amazing.
You need a tissue, bro.
Damn. Wow.
It was funny. Ain't nothing funny about patriotism.
No, not at all.
America. Oh, man. Wow.
Roll
Oh,
Tide.
man. But, guys, I got to do my segment. Oh, man.
Yep,
I love it. I love how you see nobody playing this undefeated. I need y'all to understand. This was not planned. I was not expecting Blaze to show up today.
Wow.
I actually thought Blaze was still like in some holding facility. Like that's what
they think too. Wait till they figure it out. You think you're surprised? You just wait till they figure it out that he's not there anymore.
Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. But Hey y'all,
Yep.
appreciate y'all for holding it down, man. Y'all
All
heard
right.
what I was dealing with, man. I think I'm gonna go ahead and reveal it to the chat what we was talking about.
Yeah, let's go.
Listen, before y'all go, chat.
Mm-hmm.
Alabama and this staff are doing some crazy work on the recruiting trail.
That's right.
And it's not blind pitch. This is strategic. This is planned out. It feels like it was pre-planned, as if this staff knew that they would have some type of keys to the city, keys to the nation. Like they are moving with no regards. They don't care
Scoped
if Georgia,
baby. Scoped in.
Right. They don't care if Georgia has you as a commit. They don't care if Florida has you. They don't care if
who?
Ole Miss. They don't care about Ohio State, Clemson.
That's
They
right,
don't care about Texas. They don't care if you said that's the school you like.
Mm-hmm.
Kalen DeBoer, Courtney Morgan, Jatavis Sanders, Aaron Hodges. I mean, Mo Lindquist, Freddie Roach. Freddie Roach has a newfound energy on this trail, and it's getting scary of what is happening right now with this staff. So I think we need to really just embrace it instead of like trying to question it, right? And I ain't gonna say we, I'm gonna say the naysayers, because here in the Undefeated on Bama Football on YouTube, we don't have much doubt in what this staff is doing, right? We don't have much doubt. I never doubted their ability, right? I always Ty, you good?
Are we good?
Yeah, I think
I apologize about that, ladies and gentlemen. I thought the dog was barking. Next thing I know,
you're
I'm
locked
in a
out.
holding cell, and I had to beat my way out. And here we are.
Whoa,
Blaze
pause,
has been contained.
You had to do what?
I had to break out of this little holding cell he put me in back there.
That's good.
That's good. Hey.
Boy.
Yeah, crazy guy. Yeah,
we're here.
Crazy guy.
We're here.
Good.
I apologize about that. Sincerely, it was not my intention to have him come in here. And
Oh man, but guys,
yep.
Like I said, you guys segment holding it down together. I watched the whole thing. I woke up like about 30 minutes before, to see the messages, because working the overnight thing it's fun, it's good.
Yeah.
But when I pass out, I'm giving me a 3-hour nap, so I have to make sure I lay down at right at 5:45 when I get home. And yeah, it's good, man. Like I woke up way more energized. My workout last night was crazy. I did a solid workout. Yeah, transformation is happening.
Boy, I've always said, if you guys see me running, turn around and run with me, because something's chasing me. I'm not running for no reason. If you see me running, run with me, because I promise something's following.
Oh man, I love it, y'all. I love it, man. Hey, but let me handle this, y'all. And Ty, appreciate you, man. You always do a great work. Jake, I'm gonna be with you tonight. We're gonna be together tonight, man. And it's gonna be crazy, man. I got some stuff lined up. We might have y'all know when I wear this during the day, y'all know it gets real crazy at night. When this is on during the day, when the visors are on during the day, the night
you have a visor on? I can't see it.
You talking about the camo?
Yeah, I just thought you had a script. I just thought you got a new tattoo on your forehead, and I was about to say it looks beautiful.
Man, this boy crazy, man. Ty on one today. I'm gonna have to come over there and check the levels on them Shady Miles, man. I'm gonna have to go check the levels on some of them.
Easy. That's not.
Yeah. No, I hear you, William, Chun. Yo, man. Yeah, we saw your question, man. We see that about Proctor. Do you want to know what do y'all think Coach Saban thinks about Proctor coming back, Jake?
I think that's a great way for Smook to kick off this.
That's right, man. I'll let you do your thing, dude. I'll let you do your thing. Hey, Roll Tide, undefeated chat. Be back on later this evening. Me and Coach Smook. Ty, had a great day with you. Keep blazing check. Crazy ass.
I'll try. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
So y'all gonna set me up. Okay.
Hey, it's all good. You got this.
I handle it too. I'm gonna handle it.
I'll see you tonight.
Bet.
Roll Tide.
Right, Roll
Tide, ladies and gentlemen. Smook, you already know you're about to kill the segment. I don't want to take any more of your time. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the Smook Scoop begins.
Let's get it, baby. Roll Tide, my boys. Hey, listen. I'm gonna say like this, William. I seen your question. I was trying to avoid it. I was trying to avoid it, right? But if you want to know what Coach Saban thinks, Coach Saban probably has the same feels as Devontae Smith. And I'm gonna leave it like this. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna say it one time and I'm gonna leave it. Because Rich B just dropped some money. 1999 super chat from my guy Rich B. He said for Blaze and a fresh perm. Hey, Blaze don't do perms. That's all natural. I'm telling you. I know this. Me and Blaze, let me tell you, when Blaze came from Lithuania, guess who was at the airport to make sure he got to the holding facility? His $60 million mansion, right? Guess who was there? This guy. Yeah, I drove him to that 60 mil. Okay, so just know. But Rich B, we appreciate you, fam. We appreciate you. And to answer your question, Will, Coach Saban, I believe, shares the same sentiments as Devontae Smith. If they ain't wearing crimson, F them. If they're not wearing crimson, F them. The fact that he wants to be back, y'all heard me talk about it. J.C. Latham expounded on it yesterday during his post-pro day interview, right? Very briefly. And I asked like 3 questions about Caden Proctor. You know what? That's one thing I can't do as a reporter. And I'm not knocking what they do. That's what they've been in the game. That's the way that they do it. Me, as a team reporter, I'm not gonna. If J.C. Latham is up after his pro day performance and how he was able to display and solidify himself as the top offensive lineman in the draft, right? With that workout, I'm not going to go up there and ask him about anything concerning Caden Proctor. I'm going to let it go. Because the young man loves Alabama. He wants to be here. I have my own personal feelings. I understand the platform that we on. So I'm going to find a better way of saying, when you're not displaying the strong characteristics of resiliency, right? Being able to handle adversity, to be put in a place where Caden Proctor was, true freshman, starter, got better, ended up being one of the top freshman offensive linemen in the nation, right? Had high upside, high projections for the next season, was already a projected starter regardless of what the coaching staff looked like. And you come out and you say that you were openly taking phone calls and having conversations with a whole nother university during the middle of the most important part of the season. I understand everybody struggles, everybody miss home, but Caden, for you to come out and admit that, dog, I can't rock with that mentality. Your skill, your skill set as a player, I love it. I loved your growth. I love your progression. I was one of the ones that was real hard on you, but I understood that you were a true freshman, and I appreciated the fact that you progressed the way you did. But to leave the way you did and some of the things that came out and how they came out, and then now you want to turn in and come back, if it wasn't for Wilkin Formby's name vetting for you, I wouldn't have many nice things to say about you. I love Wilkin Formby. I feel like Wilkin Formby is a great asset to this team. I feel like Wilkin Formby has a great head on his shoulders, right? But if it wasn't like the names like Wilkin Formby or Miles McVay vetting you, you know, I don't think it would be accepted as much, not just by me but by the fan base. I'm just saying. That's my take on it. And I'm not speaking negative on the young man. It's just a character thing for me. And if you played the game, if you played football, imagine one of your teammates, right? Let's say y'all just lost the state championship, right? You were 4 minutes away from being state champions. You just lost it, right? And the team, the one of the juniors, right? Let's say we're juniors. We lose the state championship our junior year. Seniors, we got to send them off without a state championship. It's our turn, right? And we're the core of the team. We're going to be part of that next core of the team. We're the next ones up, right? And we got all these aspirations. We in the locker room, man. We coming back next year. We're going to get it. We're going to show everybody we ready. We coming back. Ain't no stopping us next year. And then when our coach gets hired somewhere else because he has an opportunity, or our coach retires, you say, man, I ain't playing here. Shoot. My homies over at so anyways across town. I'm gonna just transfer there. and you leave, right? In the midst of all this drama, we got to deal with it. And then when everything settles, when the dust settles, and you start to see why we stuck around, right? Why we gave it a chance, why we gambled it and really took a chance on really giving, and then you want to come back and enjoy the fruits of all of that. I don't think that's cool. It has to be some type of repercussions. Even with Caleb Downs, I feel the same way about Caleb Downs. I feel the same way. I really do. As great of a talent as he is, I don't care, man. It's a character flaw. You left in the midst of adversity. It wasn't like you were Earl Little and you wasn't projected to start. Caleb Downs, you were a true freshman starter. Caden Proctor, y'all were true freshman starters. Y'all had nothing. Y'all were not in question as far as y'all's value to the team. You all's value to the team was separated. It was clearly a separation in your value compared to everybody else that left, right? So the character flaw. That's it. That's it for me. No resiliency. No ability to withstand adversity. It's. I'm telling you, that's just me. And if you can't get with that, man, then I honestly don't understand how I can rock with you as a fan. You know, that's what I call fair weather fans. That's why I call fair weather fans. So I can't rock with it. I can't rock with it, man. And it's cool. Let him come in and prove himself. If he really wants to be there, he'll show it. But don't give him nothing. Don't hand him anything. Don't give him nothing. You got top talents, and I'm gonna talk about some of these top recruits. You got top recruits looking at this roster, and if he comes in and is just able to slide in, because my thing is, based on my evaluation, Wilkin Formby and Miles McVay could have came us the same type of growth and progression and results, if not better, last year. They just weren't the biggest. They weren't bigger. This O-line, they went with this big look, and you see how it affected us. Guys were slow. First steps were off. J.C. Latham looked a half step slow until the 8th, 9th game of the season when some of that weight fell off because of the season grind. Tyler Booker, it took him a few games to get started up. We had to put Jaden Roberts out there, and once he got out there, that's really when it got good. Caden Proctor began to grow around week 3, right? So, I mean, Wilkin Formby and Miles McVay, they could have been put into that same situation and probably could have had the same type of success. So, shout out to Jarvis Mitchell for becoming a member of the channel once again. And I appreciate that. I appreciate you showing love, support. And before we even get to these segments today, because like I said, we got some fire. Got some fire. And I thank the guys for helping me cut my segment in half because I really just want to watch film today. I want to do highlights. Y'all know I love watching highlights of these young men, these recruits that we're targeting or that's under the radar. So we're going to get into it. But before we jump on there, y'all already know what time it is. Y'all already know what time it is. My fault. I had to get something ready. All right, y'all. Let's pay some bills real quick. Let's talk to our sponsors. Shout out to Residence Inn in Ocean City, Maryland. Shout out to RogueShop.com, the CBD fam. And also shout out to Demetrius Maynard of the Maynard Group. You know, Big Money Meach doing his thing. Appreciate what he's doing. Hey, let's roll the commercial. Kyle, go ahead and take it away, my boy.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Residence in Ocean City, Maryland. Guests can book at residenceinOC.com. Use the promo code LPR for special Bama football pricing up to 20% off. Also, go to therogueshop.com. Use the promo code Bama. You get legal CBD. For me, personally, I like the topical oil. You know how intense my workouts are, right? So I like the topical oil. I like to rub that on my back, whatever, after those cinder blocks. So go to their website, cruise down, look through their website, and definitely check out rogueshop.com. And like I said, I like the topical. Again, the promo code is BAMA. Also, think about becoming a fan funder right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Become a part of the Undefeated as low as $2.99 a month. That's 10 cents a day. How do you do this? Make sure you're logged into your account. This is on a computer. You can also do this on your phone and look for the tab that says membership. Once you click membership, you can see different options. You can see an upgrade button right there to the right if you want to go through the different levels. We have fan funder videos from the staff right here at Bama Football on YouTube. Very easy to navigate. Let us know if you have questions inside the comment box when trying to upgrade or renew your fan funder membership right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And of course, if you want to rock that undefeated gear, check out our merch store located at the bottom of the videos. We appreciate Patriot Life, Cynthia, Antoine, Caitlin, and to everybody else that supports us right here on Bama Football on YouTube.
Yeah. I love that commercial. And guess what? I got some action in the chat. I like when people don't agree with me because that gives me an opportunity to be sort of argumentative, confrontational, right? So, Big Bama, where you went? I think I starred your comment. Let me see. Where'd you go? I'm going to jump on you, and then I'm going to jump on Antoine, because Antoine, my brother. I don't know you too much, Big Bama, but I'm going to tell you like this. You ain't got to agree with me, but the truth is in the details. If he left Bama one time, who's to say he's not going to do it again? What if he comes in the spring and they say, earn it back? And Elijah Pritchett, Miles McVay, Wilkin Formby, Elias Olanine, Naquil Bertrand, what if they actually been putting in work and they have a solid competition going and they are at the level that the coaching staff wants them to be at, and he has to work his way through all that and it doesn't work out for him? What you gonna do when he leave again? I don't want to hear you talking bad about him when he leave again, if he leave again, right? I don't want to hear you talking bad about him. And if he had went to Georgia, guess what? Georgia will probably, I'm telling you, because Kirby Smart don't play that. Kirby Smart not gonna play that. Brent Venables, Coach Jay was talking about it yesterday, the other day, Jance. Brent Venables would not have allowed him to come back into that locker room. It's a character flaw that needs to be addressed. And if he can address it and get over it, yeah, I accept him. But don't hand him nothing. And Antoine, you talking about 4 experienced offensive linemen? Antoine, this is a whole new system. It's a whole new system. Where your content went? Where your comment went? Now we got 4 experienced linemen back and ready to go. We got more than 4. You know what's crazy? I don't think people realize that a lot of our offensive linemen are sophomores, redshirt freshmen. You know, they've had experience. You know, they've been introduced to the speed of the college game, right? And with this being a whole new system being implemented, everything Kaden Proctor did last year is kind of null and void, right? As a true freshman, you get what I'm saying? He hasn't seen that much. He's only seen 1 year of college football. He's only seen just as much as Wilkin, just as much as Miles, just as much as Naquil, just as much as Elijah. He's seen the same thing. So there's no advantage to me. And the experience factor kind of goes out the window when you're introducing a whole new system. You know what I'm saying? So miss me with all that, man. I want to see some solid character before this young man test the field. That interview, go back and watch that interview he did at Iowa. The level of disrespect that was displayed towards the university, like that without so many saying so many words, he just showed us his lack of respect for the university in a time where we needed him to be solid. You had other leaders, people that lined up next to him on that same offensive line: Tyler Booker, Jaden Roberts, Miles McVay, Wilkin Formby. People that were in the locker room with him day and every day while he's been here, that said, we're going to trust the process. We're going to stick it out together. It's about us. It ain't about a coach. It's about us. So it don't matter if the guy that recruited you left or not. We're going to stick together. If you don't want to be a part of that, it's cool. We love you. Go be about your business. Do what you do. And he already showing he can't even stand on that. Yeah, you go to Iowa and you see it angry. Hey, you should have stayed in the first place. That's all I'm saying. Say what you want. Oh, he's 19. And he made a choice to come to Bama. You honor that. Same with Caleb Downs. The only reason I ain't speaking on Downs because it ain't realistic. I haven't heard anything. I heard something the first night. Only thing I heard that he was coming through. He still got friends and family down here. He's from Georgia. You know, it wouldn't be crazy to see him in T-Town. You get what I'm saying? So I don't believe Caleb Downs. Now, if he comes after the spring I feel like that would be more realistic, seeing what is being offered at Ohio State, where he kind of fits in. You know, he's already a foregone starter, four-scene starter, right? Is he going to like the schematics of things? You know what I'm saying? Caden Proctor ain't even gave Iowa an opportunity to see if he really a fit. That's what my problem is. We're looking at the benefit, but we're not looking at the fact that he can literally turn around and do the same thing again and leave again. So, Smoop, you getting on someone doesn't mean anything. You are the only one with the ability to speak in the chat. Not really. I kind of try to. I don't know what you're trying to get at, Steven, but I try to float around it. I see comments that catch your attention, and then I just kind of address them. But I don't know what you can. Yeah, we can agree to disagree. Coach KD and his teammates have the final say. Now, hey, I never said I didn't support him. Now, I never said I didn't support him. I love the talent, the mentality. As a coach, I guarantee you Coach Cap is going to have some questions. I guarantee you they're going to have a conversation. I guarantee you there are going to be some hard questions that need to be answered when it comes to the dedication factor of Caden Proctor. And I don't know if he's legally they've been able to have the conversation, but I guarantee you that the same questions Wilk and Formby, I guarantee you they've had that conversation. So the fact that, and I said this, if Wilk and Formby is vetting him, I'm good with it. I'm good with it. I just want to see it. I want to see it translate. I want to see how it affects the locker room. I want to see his work ethic. I want to see, is he going to be part of that group that's showing up early, leaving late? Is he going to be one of those leaders that lead by example, by his actions, or is he going to lead by just coming in and I'm Caden Proctor? It's a whole new staff. He got to prove himself to a whole new staff, whole new position coach and everything. And I'm gonna tell you right now, Coach Cap is big on accountability and he's big on dedication. If you can't keep those two things in the forefront, you won't see the field for Coach Cap. He's very big on dedication, very big. So that's all I'm saying. I'm trying to get in y'all. I'm trying to make y'all mad. I ain't even gonna lie. Don't think anyone is saying he shouldn't have to earn it more than anyone else. Laugh a lot. He bet those same guys out. Beat those same guys. I guess he was trying to say beat those same guys out last year as a true freshman. I don't see why he can't again and be better. I'm hyped about him being back. I think he understands the job. I'm gonna tell you, he only won the job because he was the biggest. They wanted to go big last year. He was the biggest one. Nobody who was bigger than him that played tackle. Nobody. He was the biggest. He's skilled. He's very skilled, but he wasn't the most skilled. Wilk and Formby, I'm telling you, y'all gotta watch the film, man. Wilk and Formby a dog too. He just ain't 340 pounds, 350 pounds. Whatever Caden Proctor was last year. They don't want to hear about that, Jake. They want to keep making excuses for him. He was homesick. They don't want to hear about that. You know how many kids aren't from the state of Alabama that's on the Alabama roster right now? That have been there for 3-4 years now? Homesick, limited time at home. Got to make the hard decision to stay and put in extra work when they got time to go home. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm glad I got y'all riled up. Ain't nobody trolling Demetrius. I'm dead serious. I'm glad to have a talent like him on the roster, but I'm not gonna go head over heels. Oh, he's back. Nah, for what? Because he could leave tomorrow. He could literally. He's not even here yet. He could literally come to the media today and say, you know what, the Bama thing not feeling good right now. You know, I don't feel comfortable. You know, I'm struggling with the thought of having to reapprove myself, right? Reassure those guys that I'm there. So I'm gonna open up my options. And now, if he did that, how y'all gonna feel? Bama fan, take that to the bank and cash it, please. Cash that, please, bro. Cash it. It's okay, Steven. Be confrontational. But you couldn't play in my locker room thinking like you thinking. I'm telling you right now, if I was your coach, you wouldn't play for me. Because you're basically saying, this dude don't feel comfortable. He could leave and come back whenever it gets, when it's time to put them dukes up, when it's time to get in them trenches, and it's really getting hard, and it's not looking like we're going to win, you're letting me know that you're going to leave. I'm going to let it go. Let me talk about these recruits. Class of 25, y'all. Boom. Class of 25 is hot. Class of 25 is picking up. And I ain't just talking about in one position. I mean everywhere. Wide receivers. Y'all see the 2 wide receivers that we already, well, the 2 athletes, but Derek Smith is going to be a wide receiver. We don't know what they're going to do with Zamir. We don't know if they're going to put Zamir at second in the at corner. We don't know if they're going to put Zamir in the slot as a wide receiver. But just imagine Zamir and Derek Smith on the field together, right? With Rico Scott, Ryan Williams, Amari Jefferson. You get what I'm saying? Like the athleticism at the wide receiver position is crazy. You look at the running back. Let me pull my list back up. I got y'all mad then about that Caden Proctor stuff. Y'all gonna stop being soft on these boys, because it's just setting them up for failure. This is why Coach Saban is pushing the initiative he is right now, setting them up for failure. You got Anthony Rogers, running back in this class. Y'all already heard me talking about AD. I can't even say, is it a Kylan or it's Ackland? Ackland Deer? Bubba Hampton? I haven't heard much on Bubba. But today I will get to see some practice. You know, we'll be getting practice footage today, so I definitely make sure I'm looking out for Bubba Hampton. But who else, man? This class is just heating up. Antonio Coleman, the flip, you know what I'm saying? The defensive lineman. We had some offers go out to some highly touted offensive linemen, right? The trenches are looking solid with the targets that we're going after. We just had Daryl Duke Johnson commit yesterday, 4-star athlete, going to play edge for us. Some have him classified as an athlete. A lot of the sites have him classified as an outside linebacker. Y'all heard me talk about Zamir Smith. I'm excited about Zamir Smith. I think that young man is probably going to be like the next Waddle for us. When you're talking about athleticism, quickness, speed, catching ability, and that's on the offensive side. He's a solid guy at corner. Can stay in phase, has the speed to keep up with guys. Not necessarily a big corner, right? With his 170, but that frame, we saw Jaylen Milroe get here at 170, a month and a half ago, and you see where he at. He looked like he every bit of 190, 185, 190, and I mean solid. Now all of the recruits seeing other recruits. Now all of them want to jump on Bama. Listen, man. I ain't do nothing. Kyle gave me a mission, and I attacked it. That's all. I didn't do nothing but what I was asked to do, and I love doing what I do. I love the opportunities bringing to this channel, the exposures bringing to these young men. The way you all show support to Michael Carroll the other night was crazy. When y'all went and hit up his Instagram, he definitely appreciated it. But class 25, we're heating up. Commits, y'all heard commits. I mean, we just got some dudes, right? So let's jump into this. I want to talk. Y'all see this picture, right? There go the picture right there. Y'all see that picture? Y'all know who that is? That's one of my guys in this class, man. Zaire Addison. I'm excited about him getting an offer from Bama. Let me see what this comment say. Smooth, we got that military mindset. So once it shows we can't trust you in battle, it's a wrap. Wish him the best, but stand in front and not behind me. I love it, man. I love it. Steven, I'm not attacking the chat. All right. Steven, if you're going to be in feelings today, you might, because that's one of those topics where everybody needs to hear the truth. Because I'm not the only one saying it. It's kids in that locker room that feel the same way. It's freshmen that are looking at the situation and they're waiting to see how it unfolds. There are true freshmen on the roster right now. They're looking at the situation and they're trying to see how it unfolds. They're still getting adjusted to the leadership at Alabama. They're still getting adjusted to how college life is. So they see something like that, man, that could have a negative effect. It might be good for us this year, but what about the recruiting class? Because Caden Proctor still has, 2 more years left? It can affect this recruiting class, right? If it comes in and it doesn't pan out well. I'm not saying it's not going to, right? I'm just saying the possibilities is so uncertain because of the circumstances. So, yeah, I'm cool with that. His teammates brought him to spring break. They didn't bring him. He came on his own. He still got ties. I already said this, man. Listen, Demetrius, I'm not denying the skill. I'm not denying the ability. We're not denying that. It's the mindset. Everybody got friends that's going to have your back regardless. But, you know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. The season was over. It don't matter. He committed to a team. Go look at his announcement when he committed. Go look at his now. Look at Caleb Downs. If Caleb Downs come back, I'm gonna give the same rank. I promise y'all. I don't care how special they are. The mentality. If he decides to come back, yes, Caleb, come on. Yes, Caleb, come on. But what is your mentality? What is your reason for coming back? Why did you leave? What's the real reason? At least give us that, right? Woo. I ain't worked up. This is my energy, Steven. I think you in your feelings, though. I think you in your feelings, and I like it. I like it. But anyways, under the radar, offensive linemen. Let's get to it. I want to talk about some offensive linemen that Alabama has offered, but we're not hearing a lot about them, right? We're not hearing a lot of buzz around their name. We're not seeing them, every time they make a move, we're not seeing their posts being shared or whatever. These are some guys that I feel like are quality guys, maybe a little underrated when the star ratings and everything. But once we look at their film, y'all going to see what I'm talking about when you're talking about their value. First guy up, we talked about him briefly a while ago before we started doing a segment like this. This young man, I know him personally, right? Know his family. He goes to my alma mater, my high school alma mater, Central Phoenix City, Alabama. Class of 2025, 6'5", 290. Do they have him listed as an offensive tackle? I think that's probably the best position for him to be recruited at. Long, lengthy, athletic, big guy. Those are the type of guys you want to recruit. Coach Kalen DeBoer and his staff are targeting guys like this. And the guy goes by the name of Mal Waldrop, a legacy kid, somebody that's been, family. Family is football, right? Football and baseball. You ask about the Waldrops, football and baseball. And they're not just regular. All of them are dudes. All of them are athletes, So I like the fact that he's a target. The fact that he's under the radar, it just amazes me, right? It amazes me because watch how aggressive this young man is. And y'all know me, I don't watch full clips. You know what I'm saying? This one I had to. So let's get into it. Let's dive into it. Let me maximize this first, and then we're gonna share this tab, and then we're gonna get into it. Let me pull this screen up too. Yeah, here we go. Boom. Let's get into it. Y'all see him out there, left tackle. Look at his kick. Get that out there in space. You got a speed rush out there, and he gets out there and just handles business. Then helps him up. Listen. Off rip. Come on. Off rip. Former or on roster comparison. Bama. Off rip. Who used to do that? Who used to do that? Come on, who used to do that? I think he's still in the league right now. Y'all remember who used to do that? Is somebody saying Jonah Williams? Auntie Janet in the chat. What's good, Auntie? Auntie Janet, I think I heard some feelings today. I didn't mean to. I was just giving a realistic take. I choose not to baby him. I choose not to baby the grown man that has an opportunity that most high school kids or college kids don't get. You get what I'm saying? Hold them accountable. Yeah, that's all. I think they mad at me. What do you say? Hold on. He said, yo, Smoot, don't pop a vessel for voicing your opinion. I agree with you. If you leave and come back, everything has to be earned, not given. 100%. And that's the whole gist of my message. But let's go past that. I'm done talking about Caden Proctor. If he comes back, if he decides to really enroll, good. If not, we're not missing nothing. Plenty of talent. We've been bragging about all the talent we have. Getting them, definitely an ad. Missing them, we're not missing nothing, right? We're not missing anything, right? So that's my take. Jay, appreciate the $4.99 super chat, man. Or the $5 super chat. Dang, that's crazy. Sometimes the green shows up as $4.99, and then sometimes it shows up at $5. Do they actually allow y'all to like put customs? Because I remember custom amounts. Because I remember it wasn't custom amount. I remember it was just like set amounts that you could send. Y'all let me know. I haven't sent the super chat in a long time. Oh, Auntie, you know I ain't gonna baby him. I'm gonna give him. You know what I'm saying, sure. You know what I'm saying? I feel you, dog. That's what I be wanting to say, but I know how to say it without saying it. But Jonah Williams. I don't know if y'all remember Jonah Williams. Jonah Williams used to do the same thing. He'll clean pancake, and then he'll, clean the plate for you. You know what I'm saying? Eat the pancakes, extra syrup. Look at that kick, y'all. Look at the technique. Deciphering. Handle his assignment, right? Handle his assignment. Who got the opportunity to get to the quarterback the fastest right now? I redirect one. I use my body to take up space. I redirect one, and I handle one. That's good technique, man. And I think he probably should have kicked out. But this quarterback at Central, these guys, when I say the system and the style of play that they play with, the system that they run, they start learning their system in the 7th grade, and they just continue to build on it. So when guys transfer in, that's why you see transfers struggle at Central. But when they get on the field in game, it's kind of hard to keep them off. That's why you had a 2 QB system, like I think 2 years in a row under Coach Nix when he was there. So I like how they just structure everything. And you see in the offensive line, man, a lot of these kids, they're playing together from age 11 and 12 in the area. So they kind of got a good feel for each other. Waldrop is one that I watched. I remember watching him at 10U ball. Look at this kick, man. You love to see how light and athletic he is on his feet. Look at him. Look at the coverage. Look at how much ground he covers off of his kick slide. And it's not weak, it's strong. And they're saying this guy is a y'all saying this guy is a 3-star? Look at him. Look at this. Tap and go. Help secure climb. Soon as he saw the guy trying to get the oh my God, I love it. Identify. We in passing or is this run? I want to see some more run blocking from him. Pass blocking, I'm gonna have to. If we had the greatest different blocking skill sets off of the early showings, I'm giving him like a solid 94, 95 in pass blocking. Look at his kick slide, man. Locks in, doesn't get too high. Look at his stance. Look at him. He's squatting in the hole. Man, he's sitting. Another pancake. He's literally sitting. That's what you want to see when guys can get in they stance and kick into that sitting position. Watch him kick. Sit. Look at him sitting. Beautiful technique. That wasn't a hole. I mean, that was legal, right? That's legal, right? Aggressive. Is this Enterprise? Yep. Enterprise got a nice field now. Enterprise got a nice field. Golly. They done really upgraded. But I have been out of school for 10 plus years. Let's watch a few more plays, man. Mow. I mean, just dogging people, bro. Why do you do this to, that's somebody's child, Mal. Just like you're somebody's child, this is somebody's child. And that wasn't even a dude he started blocking. That was somebody else that got in his way. This dude's big too, 6'5", 290. 6'5", man, 290. Playing tackle. They probably gonna get him up. I mean, it's not. Hey, the quarterback made a nice read. Y'all know I'm a wide receiver. The wide receiver made the wrong read. Get upfield. I think that's Cam too. Was Cam number 5 last year? Or was that Mello? It's either Cam or Mello. Or was Mello already gone? Guys, Mal Waldrop is solid. I don't know about y'all. And mind you, he's playing that left tackle position. Y'all know that's been like a position where traditionally you've seen true freshmen get an opportunity. To me, that's probably the hardest position coming in to play at the next level, especially when you're dealing with right-handed quarterbacks. Y'all heard Coach Sean, Coach Jay, and myself. We all talked about this before when we was, oh my God. Look, what is he? Mal Waldrop. Mal Waldrop, everybody. Under the radar. For what reason? I don't know. Definitely more than a 3-star. If we had to go and rate Mal right now, get the star emojis in the chat. How many stars we giving? I'm giving him a solid 4. I'm giving him a solid 4 stars. Oh yeah, 3 stars can definitely be developed. But I don't see how this ranking system works, man. I don't see how it works. How's he a 3-star? How's he a 3-star? Auntie Janet giving him 4. Matt giving him 4. Right? Jay giving him 4. I mean, I feel like this is a solid 4-star. I feel like he's a solid 4-star. Yeah, Mal Waldrop. I mean, they come from a real soft-spoken family, real respectable family. If you go to Phoenix City area and ask about the Waldrop family, they got mad respect across the area, the whole family. But yeah, I'm giving them 4 stars, y'all. I see Jim. Hey, my boy Jim Parker says 4 stars. Yeah, I like that. Proctor 5-star. Nobody cared. What? Smoot. Scroll up and find PK's comment. Who's PK's? Let me see. We got action? I heard somebody feelings for real, y'all. Watch an entire game film, then you will see why he's a 3-star. PK, you know I'm from Phoenix City, right? I hope you know this, right? And if you go to any coach in the area, they're trying, they would gladly. And Central is in the same area as Carver High School in Columbus, Star High School in Columbus, right? You got Auburn High School in that region. You got Opelika. At Central right now, they got a 2026 guy in Tristan Lyles. Probably going to be a 5-star after it's all said and done. That's who he's going up against in practice. And if you look at his stats from last year, he's not all region for no reason. That's why I said these star ranking systems, they got Duke Johnson listed as a 4-star on some of these sites. Daryl Johnson. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying. I don't know. They coming for me, though. They got mad at me. About this Katie Proctor stuff. I think I really done lost some friends over today. With my cousin Sean, hey, Sean, I need some backup. I lost some friends today. I heard some feelings. I'm just saying, man. Folks don't like the truth when it hit home. I'm telling you, it is what it is, though. I said what I said. I'm standing on business. You know what I'm saying? I'm standing on business. Let's go to the next one. Caden Strayhorn, man. This young man here. Caden Strayhorn. Interior offensive lineman. He's definitely a target. I don't think. Can somebody double check to see if we've offered him? Let me see. I think I still have the list up. Have we offered Caden Strayhorn? I don't think we have. I'm checking right now. Let me scroll. Offensive lineman. Caden Strayhorn. Oh, we have offered him. Okay. Haven't heard much about him, right? Haven't heard much about him in the main media. I'm not saying I haven't heard much about him. I'm just saying a lot of media in the main media, we haven't heard much about him, right? That's why I say he's under the radar, because this is a talent, another IMG prospect, another IMG product coming. And we know what's the IMG connection? You got Booker, Evan Neal, right? Did JC Latham come from IMG? Like we've been going down and getting some IMG guys, so it wouldn't be crazy, even though Georgia and Miami and Michigan are at this young man, it wouldn't be crazy to believe that he would come on to Bama. IMG has done Bama. I mean, Bama has done IMG good, and IMG has done Bama good. 6'3", 285. You know, perfect interior size coming into his senior year. Definitely going to get him maybe 10 more pounds on him, you know. But 285 in this style of offense, in this scheme, is probably ideal, you know. And, you know, he's going to get rid of that baby weight once he gets to college and get in that strength and conditioning program at Bama. Let's jump to his film, y'all. Let's jump to his film. Let me make sure I got the full season highlights. Make sure I got the full season highlights. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Because it looks like he only got game highlights right now. Let's see if I can find. Let me see. 24/7. They might have it on that profile. Hold on, yeah, I got a phone call. I might have to take it real quick. All right, y'all. I had to make sure I reply to that. Does he have highlights on this one? So he doesn't have full like season highlights. So let's go back to Huddle. Let's see if we can get some of these. Like I said, I only watched the clip. I didn't know it was only one clip, and this is the link that I was sent from him. So yeah, I guess we'll watch it. On April 3rd, Disney will be doing what? Let me check some of these comments because I know y'all mad at me, man. I hurt some feelings today. I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't mean to hurt no feelings. I thought I could be honest here. What's up, Caleb? How you feeling today? Demetrius, what's good? I just hope Caleb comes back just so I can see the hypocrisy. Laugh loud, even though I know he won't. What hypocrisy? Demetrius, expound. I want to engage today because I feel like, oh man, you being confrontational, Steven. So you're not being realistic. You just saying out of the blue stuff to disagree today, and I can rock with that energy. I do it with everybody. And Steve, you know you my boy, right? You know you my boy. I'm just saying. And, hey, listen. I don't even think we're disagreeing at this point. I think my delivery is just hurting some feelings because it's the truth. That's all I'm saying. I'm trying to wait for these highlights to pull up, y'all. I'm sorry. All right, here we go. We got it up. I'm about to share the screen. Hold on. What's going on? What my mouse at? All right, so this is only a 40-second clip. So I guess we just gonna run it. Let it run through. It's only 40 seconds, right? Let's check them out. See him pulling, getting out in space. Really didn't do nothing. St. Francis Academy out of Maryland is a solid school too. So being at IMG is solid. But yeah, St. Francis is one of them teams, man. I think we got him landed here at the let me look at the play. Looked like he had right tackle. Looked like he was at right tackle. Getting skinny, climbing to the next level. Able to get in space, move a little bit. And mind you, this is St. Francis. Ooh. Big boy. I done seen him at guard at tackle. No, that's guard. Unbalanced line. I like it. Look at him pull. Look at him pull. That's what I've been waiting to see. That's what I wanted to see. Can he get active? Can he get active? Can he get active? Low pad level. Oh my God. Okay. Now we're talking. Nothing like Rock Montgomery. He doesn't get active like Rock Montgomery, but that was solid. And that might be a 4-star, 5-star, 3 to 5-star DN right there that he just cleaned like that. Nice leverage, nice pad level when he Don't look like, and I wish I could see it from a different angle because I want to see if he kept it tight. You know what I'm saying? Kept that upfield shoulder tight to the line of scrimmage. This unit looks solid, but it is IMG. Okay. Very, very athletic for his size. I will say that. We're not going to discredit that. Very athletic for his size. Gets out in space. I mean, he looks like those IMG linemen that come from there. He just looks like them. Moves like them. Is this the play? This is the one I like right here. That one. Aggressiveness, man. Unbalanced. He's the only pulling from that side, right? That's what I like, man. I could watch that one like 20 times, bro. Look, he's not standing straight up. I mean, he comes out of stance, gets his hips opened up, right? That's not easy for big guys to do. This motion here is not easy for big guys to do and then generate speed in a short distance like that. Which lets you know he has a lot of lower body strength, right? For his size, he has a lot of lower body strength. And that's what you want with these big guys. You don't want big guys with weak lower body. You know what I'm saying? I like this. Speed rush off the edge, getting active. So I think this is the young man. If I'm not mistaken, I think I've seen a clip of him at camp. And he was going to get some 4-star and 5-star D linemen and was handling his own. If I'm not mistaken. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty. I want to say that's him. All right, so those two linemen, Mal Waldrop and my guy Caden Strayhorn. I didn't want to say Strahan. I almost said Strahan. Caden Strayhorn. Shouts out to them, man. Both of them have received offers from Alabama, right? Just haven't been hearing a lot of them. Not a lot of hype around them. Mal Waldrop, definitely a 4-star. If we had to give Caden a star rating, right now, what they got him at. And see, this is where I'm gonna have a problem because I think they have Caden rated as a 4-star, but they got Mal rated as a 3-star. And to me, what are you getting so different from the two, right? So some have them listed as a 3-star. Okay. Number 21 interior offensive lineman. Number 56 player in the state of Florida. Y'all know what type of talent come out of Florida. So for him to be in the top 100, that's definitely solid. It's definitely solid. Number 28 interior offensive lineman. Number 62. 247. Like what they be looking at? Yeah. I wonder what factors into this. If anybody in the chat understands like what factors into that top rating, the player rating right here, and please tell me, put me on game because I don't understand. I don't get what factors into that. So somebody put me on game so I could stop being so upset about some of these star ratings. Now let's get to a good segment, man. This is one. These are guys that are on the radar. They're getting the hype. You've been hearing a lot about them. And is good reason why. Very, very good reason why. No reason to shy away from it. The guys are unquestionable dudes when it comes. And there's no slight to any player that we looked at before. But some kids just have it. Everybody's not them. You get what I'm saying? Everybody's not him. Some people have to work extra hard to be looked at. These guys right here, these are Himothy's. Okay? These are Himothy's. You know what I'm saying? Are y'all still talking about Caden Proctor's situation? Hey, I'm gonna ask the chat personally. I'm gonna come because y'all really in y'all feelings about an opinion. Let's leave Caden Proctor alone. Okay? Let's leave him alone. If he comes, he comes. If he don't, okay. Like, that's all I'm saying, man. Like, let it go. I stopped talking about Caden like 10 minutes ago. Who trying to come for Smoot? Because you know I get at him. Who trying to come for Smoot? Please tell me. Put a name in the chat. I don't even want to go look for it. Smoking Bud. What's up, my boy? Where you been at? Bud, where you been at, my boy? Dang, bruh. Where my boy Bud went at? And who this? PK205. You said I brought it up? No, somebody in the chat. I see y'all still talking about it. I mean, I was asked to expound on it at the beginning of the episode. I spent 20 minutes on it. Beginning of the segment, spent 20 minutes on it. I kind of just was trying to let it go. Steven mad. I know. He'll get over it. He'll be in my inbox apologizing. And it's all good. Steven, you don't even have to apologize today, man. We had a nice debate. Apparently, we're disagreeing. It doesn't hurt nothing, man. It doesn't hurt nothing. Caden Proctor still is the one that's making the decision. We just have opinions. You know what I'm saying? Let's move past it. Let's get over it, guys. Listen, let's talk about this guy. Just picked up an offer from Alabama recently. I want to say earlier this week, Zaire Addison. This young man, that's the guy that I have on my graphic for today. But this young man right here, there's a reason why people are calling him a 5-star. You see he has the 4-star ranking right now, but there's a reason why outlets are saying 5-star. You got some people that are reporting when they say this star, they're saying 5-star offensive lineman, Zaire Addison, right? It's a reason why. 6'4.5", 280 coming out of Riverview, Florida. Sumner High School, y'all know Riverview area, that area of Florida puts out solid prospects. I mean, everyone on the field. Offensive linemen, D linemen, linebackers, DBs, quarterbacks, running backs. That area of Florida. The state of Florida does it, but that area does it at a high rate. Highly touted guy. Talking to him earlier. Seems hype about Alabama. Seems very interested into what's going on. Let's jump into the film. That's the easiest way to show why we're excited about having his interest. Let's look at it. I mean, you turn the film on, he's already putting somebody in. And these guys so nice. Just be dogging folks' children and help them up. We getting a pass pro? We getting a pass pro situation? Nope, another run block. Okay. Man, you look at his build, man. And I don't think he's as big as Evan Neal, but he kind of looks like Evan Neal. Out in space. How's he working? I mean, trying to find work. You love offensive linemen that go looking for work. They're not waiting for it. They go looking for it. Got him at right guard. Forced fumble. Oh, that's a defensive tackle. I'm tripping. He on defensive side. Okay, Zaire. Playing on both sides. But we know he's getting recruited as an offensive lineman. I mean, the athleticism of some of these offensive linemen at the high school level, and I've been watching recruiting as it continues to evolve, but you don't see this as far spread. I mean, as closely spread as it is. And I mean, like, you can literally hop county to county and find solid athletic offensive linemen these days. With all the skill development training and stuff that's happening in these different facilities from former college players or NFL players that are going back to their hometowns or settling down in the places where they retired or, ended their career. And they're putting these expertise, these NFL-like training workouts and regimens together for these young athletes. You're starting to see that spread. And so I think that's what the amazing thing of recruiting is. You're kind of starting to see, like, there's a lot of talent all over the nation, right? But you just got some guys that got it. Zaire is one of those guys. I want to go back to this first play, y'all. And we got commercial. Let me go to this real quick. Yeah. Zaire is that dude, though. I'm going to tell y'all right now. He is that dude. He's not coming to sit very long. If he sits, it's only going to be for a year. Same type of talent as Caden Proctor. You look at the film, here goes the full season right here. Let's run it. Left tackle. Boom. Get out of space. Woo! He can get out of space and move a little bit. Get out of space and move. Strong in his stance. Nice quick chop. Look at his feet, man. See, these are kids that you can tell they're going to get in the special. Just look at the technique. Kick, chop. Oh, man. Just look at the technique. And I'm not an offensive lineman guy, right? I go just off the basics. The positioning, posture, how comfortable you are in your stances, all of that. That's what I look at. He just want to find work, man. A big bully. That's what you want in the trenches. He just want to find work. I like Zaire, man. I like this kid. Look at him. Look at him. Stay with it. Hey, not what was the name of that movie with Michael Orr? The Blind Side? Not The Blind Side. Not trying to have a blind side moment. Come on, Zaire. And he amped up about it. I like it. Keep going. Y'all, is he not built like Evan Neal, though? Look at him. Dude look like he could play defensive end. He looked like he could play defensive end. Yeah, he definitely Evan Neal type build, man. Still going to the whistle. Look, he telling on him. He telling on him. I watch. He telling on him. He telling on him. Real, come on, real. Oh, man. Zaire acting up out here in these streets, man. As he pick up the blitz. Is it coming to him? Okay, he does pick it up. Not holding. Maintaining. Strong. Locking them in. Getting inside them shoulder pads. Locking them in. Once you get a big guy, strong guy that can lock out on you, get locked in on them pads, get scary out there. You just become a victim at that point. I know. I played free safety. I remember getting jammed up by a tight end, getting blocked up by a tight end. 6'4", 245. I'm 5'10", 175. I don't even think I was that heavy. 5'10", 160. That dude was curling me, y'all. This boy likes to get work, man. Just tenacious. He like to get work. Let's go to the next one, man. Next one, we had him on the show the other night. Michael Carroll. He came in with the energy. Y'all remember what he said when he came on? Didn't waste no time. Just dropped the bomb. 6'5", 290. Perfect college size already. You look at this scheme. They saying he a 3-star, but what's crazy is he's the number 3 offensive lineman in the class right now. And some sites have him listed as a 5-star. So you never know with some of this 24/7 stuff. They do great work too. They find you the talent. They kind of tell you where to look. But when it comes to this, like I said, I need somebody to school me. I'm cool. So somebody school me on that. Let's check out his film, y'all. And I got to pick it up a little bit. I did want to get at least 2 of these guys in. Michael Carroll, 4-star, like I said, number 3 interior offensive lineman in the nation. My boy said 20 Power 5 balls. First team All-State. And y'all know we sleep on Pennsylvania talent. All right, I'm going to let y'all see this. I don't want y'all to report nobody. Listen, I don't want y'all to report nobody now. All right, I don't want y'all to report nobody. This isn't domestic violence. This is football. Okay? I don't want nobody reporting. I'm not trying to incriminate anybody. This young man's just doing his job. Okay? Roll film. He's just doing his job. Oh, he on the defensive side now. Oh, my Jesus. Aggressive, y'all. Pull and guard. Let's get it. Pull. Y'all, you know what I love about the pulling from the last few guys we seen. Waldrop showed it. Strayhorn showed it. When they pull, they're not standing straight up, man. Their pad level is at a level to where they don't have to do this extra movement to get down and engage with clean blocks, right? They're already at a level to where they can just use that momentum and speed and drive through. Watch how it works out for them. Not standing straight up. I mean, it works out for them. That's a lot of stretching, a lot of flexibility. How you working? What I said. And now what we will say is this. Check this out. Y'all can look at the film and see that it's not a lot of 5 stars and 4 stars on the other side that he's blocking, right? So with old linemen, oh my Jesus. You just look at the aggressiveness though. The tenacity, the intensity that he moves with. He's athletic. Michael Carroll, man. Very athletic. Very athletic. He told me he's going to be the best offensive lineman in this class. Can y'all see it? Can y'all see it? And he ain't talking about coming out of high school. He's talking about when it's all said and done, when he's ready to go to the draft, he thinks he's going to be the best offensive lineman in this class. I can see it. The frame is there. The energy is there. Definitely want him to be more aware have more situational awareness. Look how he gets out in space. This is a guy on the offensive line chasing down tackles at the perimeter, outside the hatches. This is a guard. I like what I'm seeing. Another guy, Dontrell Glover. Somebody in the chat was talking about Dontrell Glover the other day. Who was it? I'm going to give you your props. Who was in the chat talking about Moonrock said police? Who was in the chat talking about Dontrell Glover the other day? Y'all let Steven rant, man. He in his feelings, y'all. I'll probably be getting a message about an email. It's okay. Steven is mad. I can't have an opinion, Steven? Ooh. Oh, you talking to Caleb? I thought you was talking to me. If you wasn't talking to me, I don't think you should be talking to anybody like that. I'm just saying, man, it's an opinion, bro. It's not that serious. I'm just saying. This is you're acting out a character. I don't like this character you're displaying, Steven. I don't like this. I don't like this. That's not it. See, I that's my persona. I could do that because that's what I do. I practice this, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Shout out to the 198 in the chat, man. Appreciate y'all for pulling up. We got drama in the chat for no reason because of differences of opinion, man. Stand on business though. Brian, you need to, me too. Hey, nobody in here, or if they're not in here, it might have been Coach Al talking about Dontrell Glover. I don't know, but whoever it was, I'm gonna give you your props because I was definitely not looking at this young man. I thought this kid was definitely a Georgia lean. I go back and look at it today. Bama's heating up. I think one of the crystal balls have him 55, 60% Bama, something like that. If we could secure an offensive tackle like him, and y'all gonna see another athletic guy, why he's a 3-star on this site, I don't know. Let's jump into it. I just don't, guys, I don't understand it. So that's why I'm asking y'all to put me on game, educate me, let me know what it all entails. Is it at the camps, things that I'm not seeing at camps that factor in? I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. Because when I turn on the film, big boy like that, locking in on blocks like that, moving other young men like that, Definitely stiff in them hips, though. Dontrell definitely stiff in them hips. Big boy, they got a big O-line. They whole O-line is huge. They got like a D1 AA O-line. Them boys look like Alabama State offensive line. Shout out to my boy Sean in the chat. This Alabama State O-line, Sean. Climb. Love the discipline. Oh, don't bully him, Dontrell. Don't bully him. You already did him dirty. Who touching me? Why you touching me? Dontrell, why you do that? Is that left tackle? Let's see. Listen, y'all see the difference? This is what I'm saying. Do y'all see the difference in his kick slide compared to Waldrop's and Strayhorn and Zaire? Y'all see the difference? Look at the technique. It's not as choppy as the other two. Not covering as much space as the other two. And mind you, he's sizing up. He stands square on the rusher. He check outside in. I like that. Inside out. My fault. Inside out. Inside out. You always go inside out. Great IQ though. You seeing how he was able to make the split second adjustment? The edge started beating the interior late, so he had to make a decision. Quarterback got to decipher the last one. He told the guard, look at this. See, these are small things. I want y'all to pay attention to something. Look what he does at the snap. You see that? Nobody's there, but he's still jamming up in that space just in case he might have missed something. That's just being coachable right there. That small thing like that, that small little motion like that after the snap lets me know he's very coachable. Very coachable. Nobody else on the O-line did that. That's small stuff that scouts and recruiters look at when they're recruiting guys. Attention to details. Look at this linebacker. He look like he about to eat. This guy in the overhang look like he about to eat. He was scared. He just looked like he was about to eat. Man, get behind Dontrell. Get behind Dontrell. Get behind Dontrell. Last one. This is a guy I think everybody's excited about. The fact that Bama is heating up with this guy. I think Ty Hayes and Blaze will both be excited about this young man. He's in their backyard. He's next door to him. Ty Haywood. You know what? I'm gonna make y'all mad real quick. We're not even gonna look at his film because I'm cooking up something, right? We're not gonna look at his film yet. Just know he on the hook. We got him on the hook. Look at the measurables: 6'5", 285. Y'all want to watch one highlight? How many plays y'all want to watch? I'll give y'all max 3 plays. How many plays y'all want to watch? Oh Lord, what's happening? Y'all calm down. What happened? We supposed to be family, y'all. See, that's what I'm saying, Steven. Now you're doing too much. Go to timeout. Go to timeout. You need to go sit in the corner because now you're doing too much. Now you're doing too much. What's up, Shane? What Shane said? What my boy Shane said. Shane, you on my neck too? I know one of y'all on my neck because I was being mean to Caden. Who on my neck, y'all? I'm sorry. What Shane? What Bruzzo say? Shane like my little brother. Get Morgan up to 850,000. What you mean? Testosterone. Y'all crazy, man. 334, you a fuck. We need Smook in a good headspace for practice later today, y'all. I'm in a good headspace, y'all. Demetrius, I promise you. Listen, I can debate with the best of them, and I can be emotional during the debate. I am an emotional. I can be emotionally attached to my stance, but I hear and I listen, right? That's why when craziness comes out, and I'm not saying Steven said anything crazy or Antoine, they both were sharing the same sentiments, right? But not once did I disrespect anything that they said. But I kept the same. I bring the energy, bro. That's just me. Y'all remember when, if you tuned into my vlog, y'all remember y'all thought I was drunk when I was at the bowling alley at first? Like, I wasn't drunk. That's just my energy. Like, I am an energetic person. I engage. I'm passionate. I'm very passionate about what I do. I told y'all this a few weeks back. What Shane said. Shane, what did you say, bro? Because I can't find it. Courtney Morgan only making $590. Whoa, that's crazy. That's crazy. $599K. I wonder what kind of endorsements he got though. Like, you know, Courtney Morgan got to have like a Fenty deal or something like that. Courtney Morgan. Oh, let me tell y'all about my interaction or my yeah, I'll tell y'all because it's not a secret. It's not a secret anymore. So Courtney Morgan was around the facilities one day while the recruits was there. And he was around the facilities and I noticed him from afar, right? And the person that I need to talk to was in the circle that he was in. So I got the text message, pull up, you know, it's cool, come on over. Boom, go over, dap up the person I was talking to. And you know, another coach was in the circle, another coach on staff was in the circle, a couple of players were there. And then Courtney Morgan turns and was like, "How you doing, young man? What's your name?" I was like, "My name is you know, I'm chilling. I'm trying not to be a fan. You know, my name is Senator Hines. But you might know me as Coach Smoot." Y'all know what Courtney Morgan knows me for on Twitter? It's not the drama that I respond to. It's not the trolls that I interact with and create buzz with. It's not my smoke scoop. It's the talented guys that when I see talent that I feel like Alabama should go and get, he remembers my name being attached to some of those guys. Not all of them. I'm not gonna sit here in front, but that's what he knows Coach Smoot for. You know, that's what he knows Bama football on YouTube for. Like the guys that we push out there and say, "Hey, take a look at them." He mentioned a couple of other outlets and a couple of other, you know, Twitter guys that I know of that do the same thing, right? And the satisfying thing is that they are in tune with their socials, right? So you never know what a tweet might do. You know, I ain't the only one that does it. You know, a lot of people do it. So it was cool, you know, having that interaction with him. Straight up down to earth dude, aggressive in his nature when he talking about recruits and what he wants. You get what I'm saying? Like it was crazy to have that moment though. Like I was trying my best not to be a fan, and it was crazy. Cause I don't know about y'all, but if Courtney Morgan pulled up on some of y'all, I bet some of y'all be, "Yo, Courtney, autograph? Can you sign my CarMax?" You know, I hate when people try to make me be something I'm not. I am new to this industry, right? I ain't got no shame in it. And I tell Kyle all the time, when we pulling up to the facility, it took me the second week of going up there to be like, "Hey, Kyle, give me a moment." The first week I was like, "Kyle, you're gonna have to give me a second. Just let me take a deep breath and take it all in." I've been blessed. It's all glory to God. I've been blessed to be in the position I'm in. And I'm embracing it. I'm finally at a stage now where it's kind of I'm taking it all in and I'm embracing it now, you know. So yes, the demeanor may change, but the energy won't, right? The passion won't. I feel like this team brought me here for a reason, right? And that's what I'm gonna keep doing until instructed to do otherwise. We're sitting at 12:40. Boom, perfect. Am I reading my clock right? 12:40. My boy, Big Baby. Who? Okay. I'll just make sure I wasn't missing any recruit text messages or anything. I seen my auntie text me, Auntie Janet. But y'all, that's the end of the segment, man. I think what we answered, we talked about some of the commitments coming. I think we'll get in. I think we might get 3 this weekend. It might be 4. 3 for sure. No, 2 for sure. The third one might not commit till next Friday or next Thursday. And then if this other name that I'm hearing is really trying to close down his recruitment and is feeling Bama, love this visit. If he commits, I think this class starts to show that number 1 feel, starts to get that number 1 overall ranking feel. And to some fans that matters. To me, it's about how you develop players. I'm always excited to get them signed. I like to see their energy, their commitment level before they even step on campus. What is their commitment level? But I'm excited to see this coaching staff develop guys. We were stuck in our way for a while, y'all. We were Bama. You the man, big head. You can put me in timeout. I mean, if somebody else was being disrespectful, saying F everybody in the chat, when y'all want me? Son, you said 130 minutes to you. Why gotta be 130 minutes? Why it can't be 2 hours and 10 minutes? Hey, that's how you know. Big head, yeah. I got called big head just now. Who's the 3? Y'all want me to give projections? I think we get Luke Metz. I think we get the DB that was just on campus. I don't want to say his name wrong. Let me go pull it back up. I don't want to say his name wrong. I think we get Tariq Hayer. I think we get him. I think we mess around and we might get a verbal from Dejon Lee in the next 7 to 10 days. I think we get the tight end, Lincoln Cure. I think we get him, right? Those are my 4. How strong is the hook? It's one of them good ones, man, that when you go catfishing, it's one of the ones that get in there. And if you don't be careful, it'll rip out. It's one of them hooks. But you gotta take your time pulling out. You get what I'm saying? You gotta take your time trying to take the hook out. That's the top. It's one of the ones with the hook and then the jagged little edge on the end, and then it's got the sharp tip. Yeah, the tight end from Kansas, Lincoln. Yeah, I think we here. No. Marquette, I put Steven in timeout. He in 5-minute timeout. Yeah, he did. I had to put him in timeout. You gotta take care of your people, man. I'm trying to save him. He getting too emotional. He's starting to cuss at y'all and stuff. I'm trying to save him. Put him in timeout. Let him think about it. It ain't that serious. I'm just saying, yeah, I'm laughing because it's funny to me. It really is, like, for real. Christopher Perk, welcome to the chat, fam. I never seen you in here. Welcome. Yeah, I put you in timeout. I was telling them. You got one more big head, though. I'm going to start roasting you. Keep playing. Free my dog, Steven, man. He free. You still? 5 minutes ain't long. He did a little big. Had to go sit in the drunk tank. That's all. Ain't nothing wrong with that. All of us that had drunk tank moments. Had to put him in the drunk tank, hold him in the holding cell, let him sober up. Hey, Gary said he put some money on your book, Steven. They was in here vetting for you, man. They trying to save you, man. You want me to roast you? Nah, we ain't that. I ain't gonna take that one. I'm gonna do this one. We ain't cool like that though, so I can't get that deep, but I won't do it here. You don't need saving? Shoot, boy. What's color had you on your toes, boy? He had you reaching, grasping for straws. Hey, free Steve in the chat, man. Free Steve in the chat. Hey, undefeated. I gotta get ready for the rest of the day. Got to get ready to go cover practice. For real, man. I hope my Caden Proctor take didn't hurt y'all feelings. And I'm not trolling. That's truly how I feel. And like I said, let an article come out about Caleb Downs. I might take the Twitter for that one. I ain't take the Twitter for Caden, but let Caleb Downs say he want to come back. Let Caleb Downs say he want to come back. I guarantee you folks gonna hate me. I guarantee you. I'm not gonna. My mentality is the same. I don't care who it is. If Coach Saban retired, like he's retired now, if he come back and coach, and he go back and coach at Georgia, I'm a light Coach Saban up. I'm gonna be in my feelings. I'm gonna light him up. If he go to Georgia, I mean it's not realistic, but if Coach Saban come back and go to Georgia, imagine that crap, and be a defensive coordinator. Hey, what if Saban? Oh, we not. Hey, listen, Shane, Downs is special. Downs is very special. He wasn't a developmental piece. He had 3 major mistakes in 12 games last year. 3 major mistakes as a true freshman. Led the team in. Like, his contributions were more effective and more prevalent than some of the other guys that left, right? Not just Caden Proctor, but all the other guys that left. Let's say that losing Caleb Downs was probably the biggest hit to transfer portal for Alabama. Let's not play around with it. Nobody on this panel has acted like losing Caleb Downs didn't hurt. That hurt. That's why Keon Sabb was such a great grab. You get experience, similar talent. You get a true free safety in Sabb. You don't have to put him in the box, right? You got Mitchell, you got Smitty, you got Malachi, guys with experience in the box. That's what you were worried about. Having Caleb there, put him in the box in his new scheme, 4-2-5. I think he would have been, eat it. So if he does decide to come back, again, my question is, what does that do to the likes of Devontae Smith, Tony Mitchell? You get what I'm saying? What does it do to him? Red Morgan, who's been going crazy in practice. What does it do to guys like that? What's the mentality? Why are you trying to come back now? You get what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying. How strong is the hook for Ty Haywood? Ooh, Michael. So I never thought it was weak for Ty Haywood. I think we've been in his top 3 since we offered him. So that's it. Steven Scoob, I think his dad pressured him. Who? You think Caleb Downs' dad pressured him? I don't know, man. I looked at the conversation differently. I understood why Caden Proctor left, y'all. I understood. When it was just about being homesick, I understood that, man. I understood it 100%. What the first bad taste in my mouth was the interview at Iowa, admitting that you were giving other coaching staffs attention during the season. We at war and you on the phone pillow talking because you didn't hit your target. Because you had a bad game. You pillow talking with people that don't contribute to our organization or our team or our fights. They're trying to pull you away from us. And we need you. We need you focused. That's all I'm saying. Smook understands how it is. Smook and I got into one about Sean Alexander. We can't always agree. It can't always be such. Exactly, Brian. It's nothing. It doesn't hurt me for y'all to have a difference of opinion. If I could have you all on the phone and hear your emotion behind your debates, it would be so much more fun. I think that's what it is. I can't wait to be able to do call-in segments because I'm with words. Being that you all, the delay between my statements and your response is like 27 seconds or some crazy junk like that. I can't sit and just wait for you to respond because you're not getting it in real time. You're not getting what I'm transmitting in real time. So I'm not overlooking anything. I'm just taking it as it comes. So when I circle back, that's all I'm doing. I'm trying to make sure if we're engaged in a debate, like me and Dwight and me and what's jailbird name? Steven. Me and Steven was you get what I'm saying? Like I like to circle back to that because to me, It creates for good conversation. Also content. You pull me into a space that I like to be in. Passionate, emotional. I like to be I can control it. You know what I'm saying? I like it. But yeah, Ty Haywood is definitely realistic. Jay Murray, what's good, man? Listen, we gonna, as a matter of fact, once I get off of here, I'm probably gonna call bro and we're gonna game plan it. And we're gonna do what we do, man. We're gonna do what we do. We're gonna do what we do. Smooth, okay, I can rock with that. Demetrius, I promise you, man. Moon Rocker, a guy like Steven couldn't last in the barbershop. He would really think somebody trying to fight him, because anybody that's been, especially in the African American community, right? In the what they call the inner city, right? You go to the barbershops back where I'm from during college football season. If you're not from there and you walk in around on a Friday around 2 p.m., 3 o'clock, all the way till college games end on Saturday, right? Or they begin. You think you might walk in there and think folks in there about to fight, talking about Bama, Georgia, Auburn, Tennessee, Florida State, Miami, Alabama State, Alabama A&M, Tuskegee. Like I used to be in barbershops where it was such a variety of fans, but we all from the South, so the passion is there. I say something about Bama and a Georgia fan got something to say about Bama. Oh, what you mean? What you mean, bro? Look at it. Look at the stats. Look, I bet we run through y'all. Bet money. Put your money up. And before we leave, guess what everybody doing? Dapping each other up. All right, now I'm gonna holler at you. Don't forget to come to the shop next week after y'all lose. That's how it is, man. So you can't be like that, man. Can't be in your feelings talking about F everybody, talking about pulling up, squaring up, all that stuff. Nah, man, it's just football. The only reason the grass will look green at Ohio State is because of that weak schedule they have. Literally only had Demetrius, you 100%. But Caleb, Ohio State was on Caleb Downs before he can't commit to Alabama. They was on him heavy. Me, Shane, I said the same thing. I think it makes good for the chat. The more you guys are typing, the more people are going to pull up. Do I think Ryan Willis? Hold on. What you trying to ask, Austin French? Some of them never had the Dalton. That one gets serious too. Or shoot, even Kobe and Bron. I be ready. I be ready. Oh, y'all know what? Bracket. Let's do this. We're gonna take 15 minutes to do a bracket. We're gonna take 15 minutes to do a bracket. Y'all want to get into it? Am I gonna get in trouble for doing this? I don't know if we're gonna get copyrighted for okay, so as long as we ain't got the ESPN logo up there, we should be good. Boom. So I think this is the women's bracket, right? Oh, I missed the cutoff. Dang it. I missed the cutoff. I wanted to do it live with y'all, but I missed the cutoff, so no big deal, man. I want to. All right, so dang, I want to do one. BYU and what is the name of that school, y'all? I'll call them DQ. What's the name of that school right here? Playing BYU. Y'all want my prediction on the Bama game today? Y'all want to talk about it, or y'all gonna get mad at me for telling the truth again? Well, not all y'all. Some of y'all gonna get mad. And I'm not a fair weather fan. I'm a basketball head. Y'all want my take on this game right here? All right, listen. Charleston They're not a pushover. When it comes to basketball, it's not like football where you got a wide spread of talent that you could overload on. Basketball, you're going to get maybe 7 guys max that are dudes on one team. And I'm going to go full screen. With this Charleston game, Bama versus Charleston, Charleston gets up and down the floor, and they have a half-court set on offense that is just constant motion. And what's been Alabama's downfall all year? Running guys off the perimeters, securing the defensive rebounds, second chance points battle, right? Very few games have we been able to pull out the win with losing 2 out of 3 of those battles. I think we're actually 2-4 when we don't win the rebounding battle, right? I think we're 2-4 when we don't win the rebounding battle. So you look at the personnel that we have. We don't have a rangy personnel, right? Kind of stuck to like a small ball type look. And our philosophy of live by the 3, die by the 3. You know, Mark Sears driving the lane every blue moon. When he does. Grant Nelson, Aaron Estrada, those guys doing what they do. Latrell Wrightsell, his uncle goes to my church too back home. His uncle goes to my church. But and then to hear that Pringle didn't travel, like it's like we setting ourselves up to be put out. If we do win, it's because we're hot shooting. That's the only reason. It's not because we play crazy defense. It's not because we won on the boards. It's because we are hot shooting. And when you need to win like that, that's not a good place to be in. And this team has athletes. I'm just trying to figure out where the effort is, where the dedication to defense is. So if I had to be realistic about what this game will turn out, I want us to win, of course. But I think Charlotte wins by. I give Charlotte I'm taking Charlotte with -11. Taking Charlotte with -11. That means I'm taking Charlotte to win by at least 11 points. Over under on these boys. Let me see. And see, this is why I don't like this ESPN predictor. Like, why in the world? And you look at the spread. I didn't even see that spread, y'all. I didn't even see that spread with ESPN. I didn't even see that. Let me look at it. That's crazy. They had it at 9.5, 10. What did it close at? 9.5. I said 11. I'm taking Charlotte with 11, y'all. We have only 1 or 2 players that can guard their facts. And it's hard to watch. Is that my boy is that Justin in the chat? What up, Kev? What up, C Ace? How y'all feeling? I'm telling y'all, man. I'm just saying. It's good. If we get into a shootout with this squad, they're gonna run. They're gonna push tempo, and they play half-court defense. They play a half-court defense. So I'm just saying. Wait, time out. What happened, Tim? That looked weird what you just said. Who's still smashing me? Steven and his feelings for real, y'all. Steve, you need to go get that checked out, bro. I thought you said you had a therapist. You need to go talk to them, brother. Uncle Jay in the chat, what's good? Uncle Jay pulling up late to the stream. Probably out there making all that money. I know it. Yeah, Tim, I seen him. It is what it is. I feel sorry for Steven at this point. I'm sorry, Steven. Steven, I apologize for hurting your feelings for having a difference of opinion. I really do. I like having you in here, but you're showing your tail. Like my granddaddy used to say, you're showing your tail. And it ain't pretty. It's ashy and it stank the way you're acting. Hey, chat. I'm gonna end it on this note, man. Stay positive today. You know, we got a lot of negativity trying to float around, you know, from a certain area in the chat, but it's not about that. Let's continue to grow. Let's continue to love each other. Push towards all your goals. Don't stop. Don't slow down. I mean, if you slow down, you're giving opportunity for delay. You're giving opportunity for, you know, somebody else to enjoy what you've been working so hard for. So continue to push. Continue to do what you do. Stay in the moment, right? Enjoy the moment, but don't close off the next moment. All right. Everything happens for a reason. I really believe that. Can't wait to engage with you all more this evening. Tonight we have, I want to say, Sean and Jarek popping off at 7 p.m. right? Then myself and Coach Milroe will be on at 8. I don't know what time the post-practice report is going to be thrown up, but we're going to see. We're going to see. So stay tuned, man. Appreciate y'all for pulling up. Everybody in the chat, all the super chatters, all the fan funders, we appreciate you. Everybody that dropped a like. If you haven't already, go ahead and drop a like before you get up out of here. It's been fun today. I heard some feelings. I encouraged some people. I put some people on game about recruits. Some of y'all put me on game about recruits. I seen the comments. Believe me, I'm starting to screenshot. If you suggesting, I know some of y'all forget to send emails, but that really helps when you send the emails, because our segments on Tuesday are more geared towards kind of like what you all find. The Thursday under the radar during the day segment, that one is for like guys that are getting targeted and not getting the names on the radar. They're targeted. They're creating buzz. We haven't talked about them. And we're trying to break it down to have 2 or 3 every time we come on, because we are targeting a lot of guys. So with that being said, yeah, Steven out here about to have an aneurysm, boy. Better be careful, Steven. Hey, much love everybody in the chat, man. Catch y'all on the next one. I'll be bringing y'all some scoop from practice today. Y'all stay tuned. If you haven't already, check your boy out on all platforms at Coach Smook, right? At Coach Smook on every platform. If you want to get me some players to look at, some guys under the radar, CoachSmook@gmail.com. Send it to me. You got sponsorship opportunities. Let me go find that banner. You want to try to help sponsor this show, continue to help us grow. Let me get this. Sponsorships. Here go the sponsorship email. Check out Kyle. Hit Kyle and T up at Bama Football on YouTube, at Bama Football on YT, and make sure y'all typing it in right. Capital B, capital F, capital O, capital YT at gmail.com. All right. So the first letter of every word you need to capitalize. All right. Put it all together at gmail.com. And we will catch y'all on the next one. With that being said, I'm Coach Smoot, Bama Football on YouTube, recruiting insider, team reporter, director of player personnel. Oh, man. I like when people got mad about it. Listen, much love, everybody. God bless you all. Embrace you. Embrace everything that God has for you. It is nothing short of a blessing waiting on you. All right? Much love and roll tide, baby. We out.